So, welcome one and all to Stockholm and to the Exponential Solutions Stage taking place at Techarena ZERO. This high-level conference where we are is bringing together something like 700 leaders from the areas of climate technologies, policy making, and other walks of life, all people with a passion to do something about climate change and deliver a sustainable transformation for our world. It's our view that we have all the solutions we need to solve the climate crisis, but what is often missing is the scale of these solutions. So how can we change this? How can we make impactful climate solutions scale rapidly and exponentially as well, so that they can have a real impact on this climate crisis that the world is facing right here, right now? The Exponential Solutions Stage is a collaboration between We Don't Have Time and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the Techarena ZERO. And there's a lot of things going on here on several stages, but this is the only live broadcast coming from Stockholm today. We've got a great and cool audience here at Techarena ZERO, but we also expect millions of people from around the world to be watching this broadcast. So I hope you enjoy it. All sessions will also be available to our audiences to re-watch for free and on demand at wedon'thavetime.org. And thanks to artificial intelligence, we have a powered search engine where you can search for your favorite sessions, speakers, and even keywords. So that's an improvement to our service. Time now to introduce two people who are responsible for us being here today. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Johan Falk, who is the CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiatives. Come on down, Johan.
Thank you. Thanks.
And Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
Johan, let's start with you. What is the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and what are you trying to achieve?
Thank you, Nick. It's great to be here. So the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, what is that? Well, we bring together the leading transformers and disruptors, the leading companies in the world, with this common mission to halve emissions by 2030 through exponential climate action and solutions. We also co-founded something called the SME Climate Hub, which is the largest initiative for small companies to take climate action, which is an open resource. So these are two examples.
Thank you very much. Exciting. Ingmar, We Don't Have Time. What's in this name? Yeah, it's a curious name. So what does it actually mean?
So we don't have time means that we don't have time to wait. We need to act now. So we have time, but we don't have time to not do the action. And what We Don't Have Time, you're actually watching right now, we are the largest media platform for climate action, and our mission is to amplify everyone that are acting for change and get the solution out to everyone so that we can scale them.
It's a very interesting time that we're living through right now, is it not? I mean, we have the climate crisis. We know we have to halve emissions by 2030, and that's pretty much around the corner. Some people think we're about a third of the way there. You know, it's a really tricky moment for climate, but it's also a difficult moment for the world, I think, because I was listening to the BBC on Sunday. Fiona Hill, she's an international affairs specialist, worked at the UK government, worked at the USA government, head of the Brookings Institute. And she was hypothesizing that 2024 could go down in the history books as the time at which the kind of post-Second World War consensus of checks and balances between nations, consensus building, this sort of thing, was actually, in a sense, perhaps falling apart or seriously in disorder this year. And she pointed to you know, the war in the Middle East, which seems to have no end, and diplomacy has not been achieving much. She pointed to the weakness of the United States in the last 10 years because of deep divisions in politics, and heaven knows what's going to happen on the 5th of November in the USA, the ongoing war in the Ukraine, the annexation of Crimea, which took place earlier, China and Taiwan, really saber-rattling. When you think about the context of all this, right here, right now, what does it mean for, in a sense, our agenda and the agenda of many, which is to deal with climate change? Any reflections on that? Thoughts?
Yeah, we are in an extremely critical moment in time, as you said. And, okay, if we start to look at the positive side, what's on the positive side? Well, actually, about 90% of the global economy has a net zero target, basically. It's both the companies as well as countries and Europe and so on. So the compass direction is absolutely clear as far as I see it. And we built this incredible momentum with leading companies transforming their value chains, making deep cuts in terms of emissions and also scaling up climate solutions in all type of areas. So that is positive signs as far as I see it. Another opportunity is, of course, that we need to transform the economy to more resilient solutions. We need to build resilient energy systems, resilient food systems, and so on, where actually the security and the climate transformation comes together. So that is, as far as I see it, the second opportunity. But it's even more important now to mobilize the positive forces, because we haven't still bent the curve. There should be an opportunity to do that in the near term, where we actually bending the emissions curve and start to radically reduce emissions. We also need to mobilize technologies like AI and so on, both to bend the curve, but then actually to accelerate the climate solutions and climate action. So from my perspective, the key point would be to actually, that the leading actors, both in companies and countries and cities, actually do their utmost to move forward in terms of climate action. So I still an optimist.
Right. Right.
I used to always be the optimist, but in this difficult political landscape we're living in right now, it's very hard to really be that optimistic. I mean, I'm 100% sure we are moving into a fossil-free society. We have the exponential curves, we have the development, we also have the public support. Johan have done a survey in, I think it's more than 150 countries, and 80% of the people want to see stronger climate action from their political leaders. But in the political leadership we have today, it's very hard to accelerate. I mean, the good news is that although we have all those conflicts you mentioned, the cooperation on a global level between countries are actually as open as it were before. There's a lot of tension, for example, between China and USA, but they are working closely together for emission reduction and a lot of other climate action. We also have the Biodiversity Summit, COP16 in Colombia, where you have seen actually a lot of cooperation happening. The problem is, it's not enough to just do what we did when the world was a better place. We need to speed up climate change. It's not enough to just scale the solutions. If we are consuming all that energy with AI and everything new and exciting, we also need to scale down the emissions. And we don't have that political leadership, because that will not be easy to sell to everyone. So that's why I'm very worried And I'm not alone. The Guardian did actually a survey among those that are working in the climate space for solution, and only 6% believes that we can make the 2030 target. And okay, is it a big deal if we fail on a year? Actually, if you listen to the scientists, it is a big deal because it's very, very dangerous to fail on the time frame. That's why we at We Don't Have Time, we are doing two things here at Techarena. We're focusing on the solution. We need to scale them, but we also need to buy more time to be able to scale them fast enough. And that's what we need to do.
And of course, there are some countries that look like they're certainly scaling. When you look at China with the amount of renewable energy that it's put in the last few years, which has been nothing short of extraordinary. And maybe there's a race to the top going on with climate change. In other parts of the world, it seems like a race to the bottom in terms of human rights and lots of other things going on. But the race to the top with the Chinese, with their electric vehicles, I mean, America with the international, the Inflation Reduction Act, the trillions of dollars that have been pouring into green energy and green economy. Do we worry about Europe at all? You know, is Europe really scaling exponentially? Is there a risk that in the race to the top, China and America are actually race to the top and the EU sits there in the middle just wondering what it missed out on?
Yeah, there is a big risk, and we saw that in the recent Draghi report, which has, you know, created this sort of crisis among all the politicians in Europe, where he basically stating that Europe is losing out and the industry in Europe is losing out. So Europe has been good in creating a strong vision around the Green Deal, the green economy, and the strong targets, phasing out fossil cars, 35 and so on. So all that's very good. We also implemented a lot in terms of transparency and reporting, which is slightly over-engineered in my view, because there is a risk now that companies have to spend, 50, 60, 70% of their work now primarily on getting reporting in place. So it takes a lot of energy from the implementation and actions. Still, it is very good that we get a level playing field. So I would say still a good action, could have been done better. But what Europe needs to do now, as far as I see it, Europe needs to have a roadmap, like an exponential roadmap, and really decide which areas do we take a leading position in. Is it in the next generation mobility? Is it in the next generation battery technology, the next generation renewable energy, distributed energy system? Is it in the next generation food and agriculture, regenerative agriculture? So all these areas, since we know we will shift out the complete economy, so either you come out as a winner or a loser. So it's incredibly important now for Europe to come up with that roadmap, but also for the individual countries to set up not only targets, but primarily real plans, transition plans, and win plans, where they implement simple, sharp policies to accelerate demand and supply, actually to build up the new industries, because that is what it's about. So I think it's really good with the discussion we have now. We have some kind of race between China, Europe, and US. So that is actually positive, as far as I see it.
I agree on that, and I will say like this. I think China, US, and Europe are good at different things. China, they use the governmental money and just spraying it all over the place. It works, because China now I think they are in the lead of 7 out of 8 green tech. So we need to spend governmental money, for sure. US, on the other hand, they are good at businesses and growing the business community. And with the Inflation Reduction Act, we see now a boom of businesses, new jobs, etc. And that also works. We need that too. Europe, we have not that much governmental spending or private capital. We're lagging behind on both. We're still high on fossil fuel subsidies, but we are the only one that are actually trying to limit emission and reduce things. We're not doing it perfectly, but we are actually making sure for climate emission reporting that it's not now only Europe that have it, China also have it, and the US as well. And they wouldn't have emission reporting standards if Europe were not taking the lead. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing, and we need it. So all those three superpowers needs to compete and needs to learn from each other, because we need all three. We also have jokers here, and that is Africa and South America. And I will say Africa is a continent that they don't need to do what we did. They can leap jump. They don't need to build an electric grid network. They can build a, community-based, solar-powered, and same with South America. So those are jokers, and they will also join the party, and India, of course, that is happening a lot. So the positive aspect here, we need peace. We need peace to solve the climate. It's very difficult to do things on a global level if we are making war. But we also need a joint project in order to get peace. And it used to be free trade. Everyone were high on free trade. Now free trade is not the trick anymore. But countries are now cooperating more than ever on the climate. So we need climate for peace, and we need peace for climate, and here we need to focus.
Well, I think it's worth remembering that when this conference was here in 1972, when Olof Palme was the Prime Minister, I mean, he actually organized this conference, the first conference on the human environment, because he was worried about three things, right? He was worried about the international order falling apart, namely the United Nations, governments, in a sense, turning their back on the UN as the way of nations coming together. He was worried about war, of course, nuclear war, and he was worried about the environment now coming to be seen as a global issue. And I think he felt, and from what I've read, that he thought that the environment could be the lever to bring nations back together on cooperation, on war, and to resuscitate the international kind of consensus on how we should behave in this world as sovereign nations together. So I think that is a good platform, in a sense, to think about where we are now. And then what you've just said, and both said in a sense, that we need environmental cooperation because it could be a way towards bringing back a more harmonious world. And also, of course, we want to deal with climate change. So, let's just get close to the wrapper. It's interesting, somebody's put a chair right there in front of the counter, so I have no idea how long we have left. So if somebody could take that chair away. This is a bit of disorder in 2024 that we have chairs now appearing in front of the countdown. Anyway, good, it's not falling apart. Now I can see it. What have you seen here, Johan, so far that's been of interest to you? Have you seen any ideas here that you feel passionate about?
I recently joined, but I was also joining a session yesterday, which was very valuable. And one thing is that, well, a lot of the innovations, what we call climate solutions, will come from smaller companies. And they will come from all part of the world. And we have a lot of initiatives incubated from Africa, for example, here. So I think it's so incredibly important that we work with the leading small companies and give them the potential to grow as well and grow exponentially. We need to ensure that they can get the resources and funding. to be able to accelerate. And now everything in transformation, it's not about the individual company, it's about the value chain, because all our companies are working with the value chain transformation, you know, with your suppliers as well as with your customers. And in order to do this radical cut, 50%, 80, 90%, which has to be the starting point. It can't just be, well, how I cut 3, 4, 5%. It's actually to look at what does it mean to cut out 90% to go to regenerative value chain. So you start with the backcasting. Then we need this tremendous innovation. It's all the part of the chain. So we need to collaborate both with our suppliers, not just see them as somewhere we would like to push down the price, but also how we're sharing the value in the value chain, you know? How do we distribute the wealth in the value chain? So this value chain transformation is also an opportunity to distribute wealth between countries, as far as I see it. And there is, as we said, a tremendous opportunity for countries who doesn't have the legacy in terms of the fossil economy, development countries, to actually leapfrog and to provide some of these new building blocks and solutions, but also building up more value add, not just shipping the raw material. I think that's an incredible opportunity. So just to add on Europe, I think Europe has an opportunity to work really closely on an equal basis with Africa, for example, and finding other partners to build a new economy. And I think something we talk about in the race to the top is we truly need to integrate now climate and nature as part of the financial plan, as part of the GDP in the countries, basically. So it's part of the core, it's not a side plan, climate plan, so it's part of the core plan, which I think is very logical because we're shifting the complete economy. So the key is to get it into the core, particularly for development countries. They're not motivated by cutting emissions, of course, because they're very low emissions. They're motivated by increasing wealth for the people in the country. So that should be the driving force, but to do that with a new clean technology.
And Ingmar,
I can tell...
Sorry, I have to say something and you have to respond. That's how it goes. But you're going to talk about scaling solutions as well here, right? And you have been. Yeah. I mean, is there a solution that you feel needs to be scaled? Do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yes, it is. But first, sorry for grabbing the mic here.
Yes, okay.
You asked Johan what he has seen here today. And I want to comment on that. Okay. Because this is an important comment. Right. And it's not about what I have seen here today. It's what I'm not seeing here today. This is an amazing event. It's an event coming from the tech community, and it's all about saving the planet. That's very hopeful. And it's sold out. It's so many now working to fix the problem. It's not like tech is something else, it's the same. We all want the same thing. And we had some political leaders here, like the mayor of Stockholm, opening this stage. That's great. Cities are on board. But where are the government? Where is the climate minister? Where is this prime minister? This is kind of a, if this will have been an event 5 years ago, we will have seen at least a couple of ministers on stage or walking around. I don't know if they're even invited, but maybe they are, but they're not here, what I know. So this is both what's hopeful. We are doing it anyway. If Trump is winning the US election, there's still going to be 1,000 of those events with local politics, with the entrepreneurs, with the investors. But come on, you running the countries, where are you? So that's what I wanted to comment. Okay. And regarding the solution,
yes,
this is not a unique problem in Sweden. We have the wrong leadership in many countries for climate. It's not bold enough. They have kind of no vision. They're just running around and try to stay in power. So we need to buy more time. That's my solution. And I'm going to talk more about it later on this stage, but it's the short story. We have two kind of climate gases. Long term, that carbon dioxide, it will stay up in the atmosphere for up to 1,000 years. But we also have other climate gases like methane, and it's on average only 12 years in the atmosphere. And if we start to focus on that, really do focus on that, we can stop those emissions and we don't need to remove the gases, and that will reverse climate warming, and that will help us to buy more time. Because the longer we are scaling the solution, investing in the solution, doing everything that we're talking about here, we're going to see another political leadership form, because no one wants to be the political person defending the 20% of the non-electric cars. Who is going to vote on them?
So maybe we should tell the audience now, we're just wrapping up, we've got 39 seconds. We're going to be having a big focus on methane at COP29 on We Don't Have Time broadcast with our partners, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and many, many others. We've got the US government even calling us, asking to be on the show. Many other people wanting to be on the show. We're going to cover oil and gas industry, methane leaks, how do we deal with that? We're going to cover agriculture, we're going to cover waste and landfills across the world, they're leaking methane. And we're going to talk about coal mines and the amount of methane that's coming out of those. It's a big topic, but it's a golden opportunity to halve the emissions by 2030 in this very short space of time and allow the decarbonization efforts across the world on every other gas, including the big one, CO2, to happen as well. So watch this space. All right, so we've come to the end of this wonderful session. Thanks, guys, that was really good. Johan, can you please stay with us, because we're now going to go to our showcase, or one of our showcase sessions. Yes. Ingmar, thanks a lot. We'll see you up again at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
That's great. Super. So it's now time to introduce what we call our expert panel. We've met Johan already, the CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. We've got Christopher, is it Learham?
Almost. Lurham. Lurham in English.
Lurham.
Yeah. Lurham.
Okay, sounds good. I always mangle the Swedish, so this is part of my natural English charm.
It's a difficult last name.
Yeah, okay, fine. He's the Chief Future Officer for Circular, pronounced with an S and not a C at the beginning. Great. Our third panelist is Courtney Savvy-Lawrence, Climate Innovation Strategy and Research Advisor, United Nations, Oxford Climate Tech Initiative, and Circular Design Lab. There's probably a lot more, but we'll be able to leave it there. Let's have a look down here. Christopher, please first just tell us a little bit about who your company is and what it does.
Circular is an AI company that supports investors when they research startup companies and their investment process, making it more seamless. And also my objective entering Circular 2-3 months ago, creating future research for investors to be able to make better and more long-term investment decisions. Okay.
And just briefly, Courtney, I introduced you there, but is there one area of all that I introduced that you want to highlight?
Sure. Yes. So I work in the climate innovation space across governments, across civil society and private sector through the United Nations Development Program.
Okay. All right. Good.
Systems change.
Oh, well, UNDP are a great partner with ours, so that's great. Johan, any thoughts before we start?
We're working with the leading companies in the front line, and initially companies has focused very much on the energy transformation, and now we see that the energy and material transformation circular has to be driven, of course, in parallel. All the leading companies are doing that. We can maybe make the first 40% or halving with energy transformation, but the remaining second and third is really related to material and circularity. So we need to get it on the same level as the energy transformation.
Right. Okay, good. So, we're looking forward to your insights in our first session of the day, which will begin in just a minute. Good. Well, we were expecting a little bumper right now. A bumper is a little video, but if it's not coming, that's okay. We can go straight into our first guest. No, there is a bumper. Okay.
Nice production.
Yes.
Expect the moderator to be like a robot, second by second, you know. So, welcome to the first session on scaling solutions exponentially. In these sessions, we'll invite upon stage some very interesting entrepreneurs and business leaders to showcase their solutions to an expert panel. The panelists will then join the discussion and give their ideas and perspectives on how the solution can scale faster to have a bigger climate impact. And in this first session, we're going to zoom in on an overlooked, perhaps, but impactful solution, behavioral change for business. And without further ado, please welcome our first guest. It's Gilad Regev, and he's the founder and CEO of Cora Sustainability. Jolly good. Welcome, Gilad. You have 7 minutes now to explain your solution to the panel.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. So I have a question to you. Please raise your hand, even I can barely see you. If any one of you knows what was your carbon footprint coming here today? No, you don't. So we keep talking about climate, but we don't understand the basic. We don't really have a data and understanding how much CO2 we are emitting or avoiding when we are taking any action. According to Johan, we need to reduce the carbon footprint by 50% every decade. And how can we do it if we don't understand the data? And that's exactly what we do. So we created an app, and or more correct, a whole system that measures based on mobility, and also will bring very soon energy as a solution, and automated measuring automatically in real time how much CO2 we are either emitting or avoiding by moving around. And not only that, we're also issuing tokens for every 100 grams of CO2 that are being avoided. Those tokens can be used in a very special way in our e-commerce, because whatever can be bought in our e-commerce is being offset at the purchase time. So what we actually do, we are rewarding decarbonization, change of behavior. We change consumerism. We created a new category of individual carbon credits, which are based on action that is verified, that was done in the past. And we're actually creating a new system of offsetting. All this is connected to the new CSRD regulations, because it all can be aggregated as a solution to help organizations to know for fact what is the carbon footprint of their employees commuting or traveling connected to doing the work, and on a daily basis having a real fact data without guesstimations of what is the carbon footprint emitted or what is the carbon footprint that was avoided. So we're actually creating a system that is engage everyone. We want to engage everyone in decarbonization and reduction of Scope 3, improving the branding, There is a marketing element here because now we're all acting together. Improve employees' retention, so we're also helping in the HR part. And we gamify the change. So I will make it a bit short. I will not use all the 7 minutes because we think that it should not be shortcuts. We think that we cannot cheat neither climate, not next generations. I hear all kinds of solutions of we'll make survey, we will guesstimate. It doesn't work. Actually, the legislator gave us, in a way, a present that we can and should act on climate in a serious way. So instead of waste that, we created the system that is acting with real data, and we believe that we can knock off between 10 to 15% of global emissions. Thank you so much.
Gilad, I just wanted to ask one small thing. You mentioned an acronym, the CSRD, yeah?
Yes.
Just explain for the viewers what that is, so if they don't know, because not everybody's connected with the acronyms.
So CSRD are new regulations about reporting. Part of it is also connected to commuting, to employee commuting and business traveling. And this is the part that which is very difficult actually to understand or to take that data. There are all kinds of forms that people need to fill in, and we are making it fun, gamified, and inclusive to everyone to participate.
So that's the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive of the European Union, and it's been around for what, 6 months, 9 months, in force, something like that? I can't remember.
Well, depends on the country.
Yeah.
Some already started to collect data in July. Some will start in January. But the way we think is, instead of looking at the hardship of legislation, we can actually gamify it and make everyone involved in decarbonization.
Right, so this is a direct response for that, and obviously very exciting potentially because it means the company employees are involved in, in a sense, bringing down the emissions of the company they work for. Okay, so let's go to our wonderful panel. You've heard Gilad speak about this. I could see at the beginning you were thinking it's just another CO2 calculator, but then he linked it to other things indeed, a broader perspective, which we got. How would you advise, Gilad, to perhaps scale this up? Any thoughts?
Well, it's always good to have a big distributor with you, together with you, with good recognition. And when you talk about data that is embedded into consumption streams, what better way than to embed yourselves into payment streams? And who's the big companies within payments? I think you know all of them, but also the banks. I've worked for a bank for 14 years. They are embedded. They have the recognition amongst their consumers. So I think the big players within payments and banking, market participants would be one route to take.
Okay.
Absolutely. So the reason why we decided to go first into mobility is because we recognize that users are willing more to give their data on their movement. Then next will come energy. So, and it's all have to be automated. In order to move into food, fashion, and consumption, yes, we will then need the data, the financial data, but the plan is to do it when Cora is becoming big enough, recognized. We are having now few partnerships that we are building, but that was the sequence of thoughts how we should go to market and how we should develop it.
Any other thoughts from our panelists?
Maybe real quickly.
Can I just ask one question? Are you getting sound on your microphone or not?
Can you hear me? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay.
I'll try.
Yeah, can we deal with the microphone, please, for Courtney? A handheld microphone would be good.
There we go. Well, for starters, I get excited when I hear about someone trying to solve Scope 3, and that's really, really important. There's so many companies really trying to do this now, so the timing is perfect. The other thing that I would mention is around the storytelling piece. For users, right, to make it easy for consumers, this is about behavior change, right?
Correct.
To make it simple. Not everybody is going to be concerned about the scientific breakdown of their footprint, but they will be concerned to know, did I do something that day that contributes positively? It makes them feel better. It makes them know that when they're working with that company, they want to keep working with them. So I'll keep it short and sweet, but I would just say that making sure that when you're doing your segmentation, the conversations with the banks or the other B2Bs are going to be different than how you're going to package and wrap it and make that story feel close to home, just as you opened up when you said, what's our carbon footprint getting here today? Mine was 0 because I walked, so.
So I appreciate that, and what we do, we are now bringing in more engagement in a simple way, like leaderboards. How do I do in comparison to my peers? How we do as a community. So all this, as you say, in a very simple way, and there are different ways to simplify things, but simplicity, I agree. Most people want things to be simple for them to understand. So point well taken.
Okay, thanks. Great presentation. So first on the market potential, I agree there is tremendous opportunity in the area. We estimate that 10% of the wealthiest, which we are part of, represent maybe 50% of the global emissions. We also know from a lot of data that this group, which we are part of, could basically make a first cut, 50% of emission by shifting consumption and improve quality of life. And isn't that incredible? You think about it, what impact that would have. So it's not about, suffering, it's actually about shifting consumption in a more positive direction. So I think the market opportunity is there and we need better solutions, absolutely. If we look at companies, for example, we're working with companies representing 2-3 million employees. And leading companies also have this incentive to actually maybe encourage or nudge their employees to start to think in this direction, because then they can actually innovate the solutions that the companies need. So there is another opportunity. But then I'm coming to the sort of implementation. I'm absolutely in favor, of course, of lean startup and agile development. And I think, think exponential, start small, scale exponential. So it's not just scale fast. Should be the key strategy. So the first, as far as you see it, is really absolutely proving that it's possible to create a strong value with a particular amount of people, whereas the long strategy could be to get it integrated in every phone, whether that would be with people like Apple or Google, or that's another question, or where you can reach billions over time. But I think, so that's my question back, how you're creating really that first community of incredibly strong proof points with a number of people in order to take it to the next step there.
So are you talking about the way to scale up?
Well, the first is actually to be able to prove, let's assume that we have 10,000 people or 5,000 people, and also the other actors in the financial value chain. So it's possible to show that, well, it creates really strong value for, let's say, 5,000 or 10,000 people. Then I think it's possible to take it to the big actors.
So we already started.
Yeah.
We already have few customers. Our first customer just reported to us that they managed to reduce 1 ton of CO2, and this is a relatively small team. It's only 100 people. By consistently using the app, we are now running around roughly the 3,000 users. We're already piloting with 2 NHS trusts with 35,000 employees, so we started there as well.
NHS being the National Health Service
in the UK. Thank you for saying that. So we definitely see a path to growth, and when you actually give a tool that's saying, hey, instead of just talking about climate, start to act, and you will be rewarded by changing your behavior, or improving and helping us to reduce Scope 3, and we all together doing that, this is super scalable. And like you mentioned, of course we want to reach to the 2, 3, million. According to our research, there are approximately 80 million employees or companies that employ 80 million people in Europe only, plus the UK, which can be affected.
We have to stop there. We're right on deadline. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we've got another wonderful guest here who is going to showcase what they're doing, and the panel is going to, again, have a look on how this could be scaled up. It's the same structure, the same format as last time. Thanks very much indeed. We have with us Christopher Carrick, CTO. What's the CTO when they're at home?
But I'm also
Chief Technology Officer.
Yeah,
okay,
but
great.
I'm
That's
also
good.
the
No, I'll get there. And founder of Lignin Industries.
correct.
Great, Christopher. So tell us exactly, you have 7 minutes. What are you up to? What are you doing? Why should we be excited?
Yes. So hello everyone. I'm a chemist. I'm a material chemist, and I've spent too many days and hours in the lab trying to do something good. During my speech today, I have 3 main things that I want you to remember. The first one is capital efficient, scalability, and CO2 reduction in the plastic industry. Just to set the scene, the plastic industry is a massive industry, consuming about 400 million tons on an annual basis. It's also heavily dependent on fossil fuels. About 99 or 99.5% of all the plastics around us are made from fossil fuel. And there's very, very few alternatives to that on the current basis. The sad thing about that is that the plastic industry is also growing. I love plastics, but it's fed with the wrong source. The estimations are that the plastic industry will triple in volume by 2050. What we do in our company is that we use the leftovers from the biomass industry. So when the biomass industry, such as the agricultural industry or the forest industry, is making bioethanol or making white paper from brownish wood, they remove the brown part or the yellow part in the agricultural industry, which is called lignin. That is our raw material. And now I want to touch upon the first thing, which is scalability. On a global level, there is 700 million tons of lignin being processed annually. That is almost twice the amount of plastics being consumed. So the raw material is immense. We use this raw material called lignin, and we convert it together with natural oils, such as rapeseed oil, into a material that we call Reunanen. It's a thermoplastic material that is miscible with standard or recycling plastics. Our technology can today replace about 40% of the fossil feedstock that is used today in standard plastics while preserving material properties. So that is very important. I also have some projects to illustrate this, or products illustrating this. So this is an e-commerce bags made out of 100% our recycled material and our material. It's a net zero bag that fulfills the 2050 targets of being net zero already today. It's, as consumer, it's also interesting to how does this fit into the existing infrastructure we have today. So this material is fully recyclable, so us as a consumer will still leave it at the green bins in the municipalities, and it will be material sorted and used again. the next thing as consumer will notice as a difference is two things. The first thing is color, so we will be browner. It doesn't necessarily need to be this brown, but this is non-colored lignin. The second thing you will notice is the fragrance. So you will, instead of having a smell of plastics, you will have a fragrance of wood. And for me, that's quite pleasant. The second thing we do is to work with more hard plastics or harder plastics. Polypropylene, the second most common plastic used on Earth today. This is our strongest mix. We mix in up to 40% of our material in polypropylene. This is quite interesting when we are replacing 40% of virgin or recycled plastics. So when we are doing 40% of our material in 60% recycled polypropylene, we end up with material that is final material that is carbon negative as application. This is going beyond the 2050 targets we have set out in the world. The problem, there is a dilemma to this, however. So when we are introducing that much material of us, is that it's no longer sortable in the existing infrastructure. So the limit for us goes at 30%. So the dilemma is that either we make a net or a negative material that will only be used once, or we do a less sustainable material that will most probably be used more than once. Last thing I want to touch upon is the CapEx efficient, and this is, I believe, the most interesting part of doing a change. So we have all heard about very expensive technologies such as Northvolt or Stegra or other things. Those are still very, very necessary. We are not such a company. So when we are taking our raw material lignin and turning that into a thermoplastic, we use existing infrastructure already in place. So we use something that is called extruders. The entire plastic industry have those machineries. So basically what we're doing is we're giving something new for the plastic industry to eat compared to fossil fuel. So the infrastructure is already there. Last thing, CO2 reduction. Biomass is grown from photosynthesis, something we learned very, very young age. And that is...
I have to hurry you now, by the way, because you have
that is
14
consuming
seconds.
atmospheric carbon dioxide as it grows.
Right.
Enabling very, very low carbon footprint material.
Good. Fantastic. You're bang on time. That's very good, very comprehensive. Let's go to our panel. Apart from the amazing smell, or maybe that's the comment you want to make, what do you think about scaling this? It's also kind of nice to ask a question like, where are you right now? Because I don't know, scaling implies you're at some point in your activity.
Okay, so first on the market again, and yeah, it's an incredibly strong opportunity if you look at, let's take the fossil industry. When they're looking ahead, of course they argue that we will continue to burn oil up to 2050 now, which is not correct because we will shift to electrification, but they actually see a particular growth in the chemical industry and the plastics, and that does not have to happen. We should actually focus on shifting that out, and that industry is a bit behind. So there's a tremendous opportunity to start to accelerate basically the plastics industry in a new direction. So I completely agree on the tremendous opportunity as far as I see it. And it's been going on a bit under the radar, so that's number one. Then of course the question is, because you had all the strong argumentations, it would be interesting to hear what are the main blockers, of course, because otherwise you should be able to shift out immediately, basically, and grow a tremendous market in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So what would be the blockers that would be interesting in?
The blockers are, I think, the enablers.
Yeah, enablers and blockers.
When shifting focus here. The enablers are, so we are a company today producing 2,000 tons. That's nothing compared to hundreds of millions of tons that we are competing to. Our technology will be able to take the cost leadership approach once we compete on the same scale. So in the transition that we're into now, we are more expensive than fossil plastics. We don't need to be that. But in the transition, one has to push for this, and they need to accept that our material is perhaps 20% more expensive. So in order for all change to happen, a sacrifice has to be made, and perhaps during 5 years we will be more expensive, but the trade-off comes quite soon. So when we are producing about 50,000 tons of our material, we are on par with fossil materials. And I think the bravery of companies and brand owners to actually push for this and see the long-term objectives is key. And I think politicians and regulations needs to be in place in order for a conversion to happen. It's just, for me, that is bravery from brand owners willing to commit to this. Or we can go to IKEA and they will sign off 50,000 tons overnight and you get that for the same price. So that would also enable this. But
I think the recommendation in that case would be to find the really big downstream companies, to have them invest directly in your company, and actually that they pay a premium up front and get the massive financing in place so that you can scale sufficiently fast in that case.
Actually, great, fantastic presentation. Thanks for sharing, and very much trailblazing work. I would actually just have 3 questions in terms of the ways in which to consider the scaling, right? So one is around, as you mentioned, policy. So California is banning plastic bags completely quite soon. For example, going to market strategies where policy is already established so that you can be the new entrant where the incumbents no longer are allowed. So that was a curious question about, have you scoped out the policy options globally in markets that can pay that price? 2 is around your competitors or collaborators. There are a lot of climate tech innovations in this space, and the challenge, as you mentioned, is outlined in those 2 dilemmas. One is, can it actually be beyond one-time use because of the way in which the infrastructure for taking it on and recycling does or does not exist? Or are there other kind of chemical, compostable ways in which you can actually, let's say, recycle the plastic naturally because of the biochemical opportunities that other tech companies are doing? And then the 3rd question was really around finance. Are you noticing traction with VC or other kind of financiers that are jumping on and latching onto this because they're noticing that trend? So these are the questions that come to mind when I think around other ways to analyze the opportunities. I don't think you have to answer all of them, but those are the kind of key ones.
Let's start by remembering them. But I think looking at California as an example, I think so I love plastics. It's highly functional, and I think it can also, so we're making a plastic bag, and I guess that would have the same criteria in California. This bag is cheaper than paper bags, and it's more sustainable than paper bags. So we're presenting a material that is plastic, however not dirty. So preventing plastic bags, I'm totally against that, unless you find a plastic bag that is simply sustainable. So that's one thing. Financing us, I think in Europe and in US we have 2 very different climate situations or investment situations. In Sweden, or in Europe, I would say we are quite risk avert. So we need to have an ongoing business in order for venture capitals to start. We are at the point right now, we have production of 2,000 tons. That's equivalent of 21,000 people's plastic consumption. And we do have demonstration units. We also have external partners lined up to scale. So we don't need that much money in order to scale. We need working capital.
It's trying, I think.
Okay, good. We have 15 seconds left, 14 seconds left. Maybe I can just make a small comment. Would be nice if we got rid of fossil fuel subsidies around the world, what, $7 trillion worth, which would then price your product even more competitively against the normal shit that people are buying. Okay, thank you very much. We've come to the end. Best of luck. Thank you very much indeed with us. And one of the team here will give you your free gift, Christopher. Thanks. Good. Well, we're back again. It's the same format, the same panel. It's unbelievable. And we have a new guest. We have Sam Manaberry.
That is perfect.
CEO and founder of Trine. I'm so pleased you're here because actually I'm one of your millions of investors.
That is beautiful.
I'm very happy with Trine. But anyway, let's find out a little bit more, shall we, Sam? You've got 7 minutes to talk about Trine and what you're trying to achieve.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. You know what? Then I'll start with that. I know you're here now.
Yeah.
I know that we have many of our investors here in the audience and watching online. And I want to start with a thank you speech of sorts. It's thanks to these 14,500 people who have invested more than 1 billion kroner, more than $100 million in solar energy projects, in portfolios of solar around emerging and frontier markets in countries like Nigeria or Vietnam or Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America. And by that, not only more than 3 million people with access to electricity, a lot of industries being electrified, societies being built, a huge amount of CO2, right? 1.2 million ton of very direct impact in terms of CO2 avoided. And maybe the more crucial point is that you've also earned an annual 4 to 7% in zero interest rate environment. And thanks to that, we have proven the point, right? That true outperformance in investments is people, planet, profit. And that's what we should all expect from our bankers and our investors moving forward. Not just the one. It's just not good enough. We can do better. For the remainder of my time, I'll address it to the people who haven't found us yet.
Okay.
For all of you that heard about Trine and not acted or haven't heard about Trine, let's take a few minutes. You see, today, roughly half the world's population live with energy poverty. That's 3.6 billion people. 675 million of them have no electricity whatsoever. And this is in high growth regions, emerging and frontier markets, and this is where the sun shines the most often. But the crazy part is they often rely on carbon intense and expensive fuel sources, either through the grid or off grid. And really the big problem is lack of finance. So my name is Sam, as you said. I'm one of the founders of Trine, and roughly 15 years ago I was fortunate to get into solar energy in Germany. That was at the time the biggest market in the world. There was so much going on, and I was shipped off to the US to learn about solar and finance, this great innovation in business models. And the uncanny thing is, at that time, the world's forecasters was looking at an annual whopping amount of 1 gigawatt of solar every year to be installed until 2010. 1 gigawatt, they said. By 2010, when I got in, we had already multiplied that and surpassed that by 17x. 17 times more than the expectations. By now, it's 445x, 445 times more than what the most optimistic scenarios was. So that goes to the point of exponential growth, and it really does work. That's beyond the wildest dreams. This year alone, solar investment will have more investments than all other energy sources combined. So when I got in, it was about alternative energy. There's nothing alternative about solar energy anymore, right? And that is beautiful, and we've experienced that. But there is still quite a lot to do. There is a steep climb ahead. Many of the regions where solar makes the most sense are not getting more than just a fraction of that investment capital. And even if these are the places on planet Earth where the sun shines the most, it simply doesn't happen, right? So why are investors not lining up, and corporates? Why are they not? Because these are the emerging markets. This is where majority of the growth is. Well, it's risk. Risk, plus it's really, really difficult. I'm speaking from 10 years of experience at Trine. It's quite difficult to do these transactions. But this is where we come in. So at Trine, we made it our thing to make it easy and simple for everybody to reduce barriers so that you can all join and invest in portfolios of solar energy across anywhere from Latin America to Vietnam, a lot in sub-Saharan Africa, and earn an annual return, and you can follow and track your progress online. And before you see any investment, we'll have a lot of quality assurance and due diligence that has happened by our very talented investment professionals who live in India, who are in Kenya in our office, who are from Nigeria and in Nigeria, boots on the ground, actual real-world investment experience, and super focus on risk assessment, risk management, risk structuring, risk pricing, risk communication. So we try to make it simple. So really simple is you go in on trine.com, right now preferably, and you sign up. And by signing up, I would recommend following the We Don't Have Time special voucher code for a bonus so you can experience the product quickly. We'll make sure to share that. We Don't Have Time 1000. You create your account at Trine in just minutes, especially as a Swedish person, but most of Europe it only takes a few minutes. You browse your impactful solar energy projects and you build portfolios that are robust. And then you lay back, you follow and track the progress, and ideally you increase your portfolio. Maybe as a wrap-up remark, it was recently reported that emerging economies need roughly 2 trillion USD per annum to do the energy transition. I mean, we've done significant impact so far, but I think the story of solar shows that if we can address all those investors around, say, Europe and the world, and all the corporates who want to get CO2 avoidance done at scale and simple, I think also this we can do exponentially fast and have a lot of impact. Thank you so much.
Super. Let's go over to our panelists, because you already get a bit of a glimpse into scaling, but you also left a door slightly open as well to how you would scale this up. But I mean, I think it's crowdfunding in some shape or form, right? But it's better than that because you've got a lot of experts making sure there's quality. You don't have to invest zillions. You can invest a minimum of what, $25 or something
that's the minimum
in a project and get your investment note. So it's open to everybody. And you just added US dollar as a currency that you can do transactions in. That's where you are right now. Over to the panel. Yep.
Mic starts working also. Okay, thank you so much. Maybe it doesn't look like it, but I'm super ecstatic right now about this one, about your company, Sam. I've been doing a lot of research on this massive paradigm shift that is coming in for society, from linearity to circularity, and the enabler that will make the incentive unleashed for a circular economy, meaning let's sell our physical products as a service instead of a unit. But when I sell a product to you as a service, who's going to own the product? Me as a manufacturing company, my balance sheet becomes very bloated, and I don't want to own that bloatedness because my return on capital employed goes down. So I think we need to have a third party that you guys are providing and unlocking that owns physical products and get a piece of the return. So I think what you're creating here is the sixth major financial asset class. We have 5 today, meaning physical products. Because when a product becomes a revenue-generating unit, in this case you have energy, but in the future you will have autonomous vehicles and robots and so forth, the product can perform a utility for you. And it enables anybody to own that product and earn a profit. And manufacturing companies, they want someone to take care of that risk. So I think what you guys are creating, just to box this in a very long-term future perspective, is the dawning shift from ownership to usership, and we need the financial innovation, the financial infrastructure to enable this, and this will become the 6th major financial asset class. Just some long-term thoughts.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Okay. Yeah, just to state first that I'm biased, and I know your concept very well, of course, because the key point is that you have a proven business model in an area which is growing incredibly fast. So it's the most exponential area, I would say, in terms of climate solutions, as you highlighted. And we're just at the beginning, as far as I see it. The model is proven, and I know that because you've been able to deliver like 4, 5, 6, 7% continuously the last 5 years. And we had an investment of $100,000, so it delivered substantially more than any type of, having cash in the bank and so on. So that is a really strong proof point that you have a track record backwards in time. What I'm really interested in is, of course, how could this scale by 100x or 1000x? Because the potential, just taking a small piece of the potential. And we know there are about 10 million factories. A lot of our members have a lot of factories in Asia and everywhere. All of these need to be decarbonized, basically. So if it's possible to create a model where you can actually get these services in place without impacting the balance sheet for these factories as well, by the way, where you lower the risk and then get the return, it should be possible to do that incredible scaling, if it's possible to find the right actors, in my opinion, and the concepts. I think there is a potential to go far beyond to what you've done today, which is probably 10 or 100x.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we're just in the beginning. Thank you.
Yeah, fascinating comments and excellent, hearing the story after already seeing the site, for example. My key question is really, and maybe this relates a bit to how do you go to that next level of scale? If the North Star is, democratizing access to global investors in this niche space, then the behavioral psychology of finance is really important. So I was also curious if by default you require a certain minimum number of investors to be on a certain project before, because if it just shows 0, then the sense of risk as an investor for that, either unconsciously or there is that bias, kind of sets in. So just thinking the strategy around how do you, play along with the different kinds of behavioral finance types of rules of the game that can sway somebody to invest a lot, a little, or nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, we've done a lot of experiments and have a lot of data in this area. For example, when we engage with a financial institution together with the retail crowd, we see that investor appetite all around becomes bigger. So basically, I would say and with corporates, it's absolutely insane as well, because it really drives behavior forward. And we have probably 20 or maybe 30 of these specific learnings of how you can actually reduce barriers for entry on both sides of the business. And the real insight, I would say, is that the definition of reduced barrier of entry is just different between your average retail investor, who is a person who is maybe investing a few thousand euros and have 100% mandate control over their money. And there's other psychology playing. Whereas a corporate, you have a certain psychological play and incentive structure. And of course, in the financial institutes and the traditional finance and even the sustainable finance, you have a certain flair of fiduciary responsibility that comes into play. So I think you just have to cater to that investor group one by one and make sure that the asset class is ready to swallow it when you come to, because there's a lot of financial flows we can unleash on this, and that's exactly what we want to do in the next few years. So thank you for that.
Could I just jump in here, only because I find it fascinating? I mean, I'd say one thing. It's a bit like if you mentioned that you can bank with a bank that doesn't invest in fossil fuels to a friend sitting over coffee in say, Berlin, where I live, and you say, who do you invest in? They say, Deutsche Bank. I said, have you heard of Triodos Bank, which doesn't invest in fossil fuels? It's exactly like a normal bank. No, I've never heard about it. Oh, well, then why don't you just move your money? Then you do one good thing for the climate, right? Yep. And with Trine, there's still loads of people in Europe that never heard of Trine.
Never heard of us.
So actually, that's just a simple, it's not a marketing campaign in terms of scaling, because I'm sure loads of people want to invest in something good with a good track record that gives a nice rate of return. I mean, there are some simple parts to this scaling story, which are about how do you get your message beyond the enormous, but really only a pinprick group of, say, Europeans at home wondering what to do with their money, right? Yep. So I'd say that one. The last thing is risk, which is, oh my God, we've run out of time. I was going to say, you don't have any investments in the Central African Republic, but we can't even carry on with that, so we have to go right now. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, bye.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Sam, we ran out of time.
You bet.
Right, we have another wonderful guest on the show, and the panel stays the same. I believe that's, no, Olivia. Who's Olivia Nestios? Ah, you're Olivia. You're not part of the panel. You're the real person speaking. Okay, now I got it right. Okay, the original panel remains the same. Thank you, everybody. And now we've got Olivia Nestios, CEO of Grafmatech.
That's correct.
Grafmatech. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for being with us. And could you give us a 7-minute keynote about what is your solution to the climate crisis? And the wonderful panel can comment on how to scale it.
Good. Okay. Happy to. Hello, everyone. Did you know that we are wasting hydrogen, a critical energy source for the green transition? And did you know that we're also wasting copper, which is a scarce and critical material for the global electrification? My name is Olivia Nestius. I'm CEO at Grafmatech, and I'm here today to tell you how Grafmatech and advanced materials are solving those two challenges and many more. Challenges that are slowing down the green transition. Let's start off with the basics, but that's also the very exciting basics. That's graphene. Graphene, some of you might recognize it. That's usually the answer that I get when I ask friends, family, and others, do you know graphene? They say, that's something that I heard about maybe 10, 20 years ago or so. And that's correct. This was a huge hype 20 years ago. 2004, when graphene was discovered, it was the promises of being a miracle material that's going to change the world. There was a Nobel Prize a couple of years later, and then some of us are today wondering, what happened with graphene? Mm-hmm. And one thing that proved to be difficult with this super material is that it was difficult to apply at scale. Because this material, it is a one carbon atom layer that is transparent, it's flexible, it's super strong, and it's also very durable, it's conductive. It's 200 times stronger than steel, and it's 70% more conductive than copper. And it sounds great, right? But then what proven to be difficult is applying it at scale, and this is where Grafmatech comes in. So Grafmatech's founder, what Mamoun did, is that he discovered and developed a way of how to mix the graphene into metals and plastics to give them the good characteristics of graphene. And so after the hype that graphene was through, some 10 to 20 years ago, we are now ready to make it hyped again and bring it to productivity and efficiency at scale. And at Grafmatech, we have decided to use these solutions to support the green transition. And as you might figure out already, I mean, mixing graphene into metals and plastics, then the opportunities are limitless. This can be applied more or less everywhere. And as I say, we are focusing on the green transition, and just to give you a few examples on what we are doing to make it a bit more concrete. First one is that we are producing materials that can be used in hydrogen storage. So one problem that not everyone is aware of is that hydrogen is leaking. So in many of the conventional storage solutions, we are losing several percentages of the precious hydrogen that we want to use for other things than losing it out in the atmosphere. And actually, hydrogen is a greenhouse gas that is 11 times worse than CO2. So we definitely don't want it to leak from our environmental reasons, and we don't want it to leak from economic resources. The precious green hydrogen that we are producing from energy resources such as solar and wind, we want that to be used for electrification. So we blend in, we mix in the graphene into polymers, and that can be used to produce the transportation and storage units for hydrogen. That's one example. Another example is that we are also engaging in 3D printing so that the components that are being produced, they get the characteristics of graphene as well. They are lighter weight, they are stronger, they can be conductive, and so on. And a good thing with producing components that contain graphene is that when using it also in the production, we don't need to use lubricants. So that means we can reduce the use of oil in production, and we also reduce the contamination risk. And the third area is conductive pipes. And this is a quite exciting and big opportunity. We use pipes everywhere to transport different types of goods, foods, etc. And what is happening when you are transporting goods in pipes is that you are creating static electricity. And that is something that can harm industries and harm the people working in these industries with this production. And what you typically do is that you take the plastic pipes, you wire them with copper to get rid of that static electricity. And what we do instead is that we can completely remove the use of copper and instead add a string of graphene mixed polymer into the plastic pipes. And then the copper can be used for other areas that are critical for the global electrification. So these are a couple of examples, and all of these examples are based on our patented solutions. So we're working with several different families of patented solutions. We're taking the position in between the raw material suppliers of graphene, metal, polymers, and then adding our value-added graphene solutions and providing that to advanced production. And then that is our partners, our customers are the big component manufacturers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I mean, we are right now transitioning from an R&D stage to a more commercial and scalable stage. So that is also where my mission comes in, and also where our full team is working towards transitioning this great and promising startup. We're working with advanced materials to make sure that we're going towards a more sustainable future. And what we do also is that we are developing a manufacturing concept that can be brought globally. So the manufacturing unit that we have right now in Uppsala, north of Stockholm, that can be established in different parts of the world. And we are having collaboration discussions and also agreements and off-takes agreements with customers and partners in North America, in Middle East, in Europe, and in India. So we are more than ready to go global and make sure that our materials can be used across the world to make industries more sustainable. We have a great foundation, starting with an amazing team that has a background in material science and investors with clean tech and deep tech focus. And we are currently bringing in more investors, more customers, and more partners to join us in this scale-up journey.
Okay.
So quite exciting times ahead. We are next year we are scaling up our production unit. We just got a grant from the Energy Agency to support this. So we're going from a production of 2 tons per year to 25 tons per year in next year. So that is quite exciting, but also challenging. So I'm looking forward to getting some helpful guidance here from the panel.
Okay. I think somebody has to ask the question: how did graphene go from superhero material to no hero material, and why has it come back again then? So what did you do to change the picture? But somebody ought to ask that question. Anybody want to ask that question?
So are you considering sort of the balance between building up your own factory capacity versus licensing, building up a portfolio of licensing IPs, which could be a complementary path or an alternative path to go faster? So that's maybe one question, yes.
That is a great question, and it's exactly the type of strategic questions that we're working with currently. And the approach that we are taking now is that we are setting up demo and pilot lines to show that this is scalable, and also to show that the cost curve is coming down, so this can be produced at scale, and also at scale at a cost that is relevant and attractive for larger industrial players. And then, I mean, as I mentioned, we are also developing a concept that can be brought globally, so we can find partners or licensing manufacturers that can leverage our technology and do the large-scale production themselves. But what we do is the rather, I mean, highly concentrated. It's still not with many percentages of graphene, but kind of highly concentrated material. And then the really large-scale component manufacturers, for example, pipe manufacturers, would use our material for their production. So it's a bit of a mix. We're both doing small scale, but we're also in that position in the value chain that we don't need gigascale in our own facilities.
I still need to understand, why has graphene, once a miracle, I mean, there were papers in Nature about it and everywhere, right? And somebody won the Nobel Prize and all this stuff. Why did it go from hero to villain? And how have you resurrected this phoenix from the ashes? I mean, you've got something that's a bit different. Just very, very briefly.
Yeah, happy to. So, I mean, the challenge that was proven with graphene is that when you try to apply it at scale, what happens to the atoms and molecules is that they are adding layer to layer to layer. And when you're putting too many layers together, you're losing the miraculous attributes of graphene. So then what
Conductivity.
Sorry?
Conductivity,
for example. Okay. You are also losing the strength of it.
Right.
So then, I mean, it turns into graphite, which can be used for other things, but you wouldn't have the great attributes of graphene. And that is why it stopped, like why it hasn't been applied at a larger scale. But here is where Graphmatech comes in. So this is the patented solution of how to structure the graphene to be able to mix it in to other materials like polymers and metals.
And make them conductive, yeah. Okay, sorry, I needed to know the answer to that.
Three short things. You hear me now? Yeah. I mean, if you look back 300 years and you analyze each disruption for any type of industry, it's usually disruptors who disrupts an industry. It's very seldom, less than 5% or something like that, where big companies actually convert themselves. So being a sub-supplier for a company that aims to convert themselves has not been a good strategy. That's my point number one. Point number two is, what will happen in the coming 10 to 20 years in the manufacturing space? I believe that we will have new disruptive companies that replace a lot of old companies. And making physical products into robots is a major enabler that is coming. And when that happens, the producer of the robot wants that robot to last as long as possible, because that's the most economic thing to do. So those are my 2 points. And my third point is, when it comes to strategy, attacking different application areas towards robotics, like autonomous cars, autonomous robots, whatever it is. How are you thinking about these thoughts when it comes to who are the most likely to full-heartedly take you in as a partner?
Oh, that's, first of all, 3 very good points and also very good question. So I fully agree on that. I mean, the world is going to change with new disruptive companies coming in, and also with robots being the ones, I mean, controlling a lot of the production. And we need and want those robots to be made out of really good material. We want them to last long. We don't want to need to use lubricants, etc. And that is where our material comes in. So we are part of this transition. So I mean, the disruptive companies that are producing things that are made by metals or polymers, etc., they can use our materials just to reach those, I mean, targets that we just talked about, to make the robots, the components, and so on last longer and have better characteristics. And I think your question is great in terms of where to choose, where to focus. Because we, as I said, we are focusing on the green transition. So that is how we're selecting what areas to support. But also there are many different opportunities. But one, I mean, one area, for example, hydrogen that we mentioned, we have a dual benefit there. It's both for economic reasons and for environmental reasons that we want to focus on that area, and it's also a booming industry. Although challenging, everyone is waiting for hydrogen to really, really take off. But again, that is also part of the different types of strategic questions that we are working with to make sure that we are choosing the right path to have as big impact as possible.
And maybe the last question that comes up for me is just curious to know if your team has also been trying to position itself for being absorbed or acquired by larger infrastructure scaled companies. Because the uphill battle sounds very Herculean, like you have so much capital, social capital, human capital, technical, intellectual capital, all of that invested. For the scale, if we're talking about scale, is that a positioning strategy that your company is also aiming for?
It's almost going to have to be a yes or no answer because we've got 14 seconds, literally, and the clock stops.
Oh, yeah, got it. Well, the answer is both yes and no. I mean, a potential future could be to be part of one large industry player or conglomerate, but at the same time, we want our materials to be used everywhere.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Thank you very much, Olivia. You were very, very clear on a tricky topic.
Glad to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think we have come down to the end of this session, and I want to thank you all for being with us. Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? Yes, I think it is right. Nobody's listening. It's unbelievable, isn't it? There's people with the team, and there's everybody here, and everyone's networking. They have no idea. According to my script, I think we are at the end of this session. Can somebody acknowledge that? Thank you very much indeed. Good, we can all go.
Då har vi 15 minuter paus från den här scenen. Välkomna tillbaks.
The buildings and construction sector is by far the largest emitter of greenhouse gases, accounting for perhaps a staggering 37% of global emissions. The production and use of materials such as cement, steel, aluminium, they all have a significant carbon footprint, but it doesn't have to be this way. There are many solutions and clean innovations springing into life and being implemented in this huge sector, solutions that can reduce emissions dramatically. We will dig deeper into this with the following three guests, and I'd like to call them on stage, a bit like a game show. Can I have Ricky Palmer, the Chief Sustainability Officer of the Halton Group? Ricky, I think you're, yeah, it's perfect. It's like EasyJet, you know, free seating. So, then we've got Johan Reunanen. Now, I haven't said that totally wrong, and you can clear that up right now. Reunanen. I really can't do that.
Reunanen.
Perfect, okay.
Thank you.
And you are the Climate Impact Director at Stegra, which was the company formerly known as H2 Green Steel.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And finally, we've got Jane Wallerud, who's Executive Chair and Investor at Grafmatech, which we heard about just before. Yeah, it was really interesting, really interesting. Good, all right. Rika, very briefly, what is Halton Group and what do you do in the construction sector?
So, Halton Group is a indoor air quality and safety company. So we do HVAC solutions for demanding indoor environments.
Right.
And our major positive sustainability impact comes from being the energy efficient solutions for HVAC, which actually stands for 15% of global CO2 emissions. So a important sector in that way. And my role is to be the Chief Sustainability Officer in the company.
Okay, okay. I know that Halton's main raw material in the construction sector is steel, right? So what brings me to you, Johan, because this is where kind of you come in with your disruptive business. Can you explain what you're doing and perhaps a little bit about this relationship as well with Halton, yeah?
So, I mean, first of all, so Stegra, formerly known as H2 Green Steel, is currently building a green steel plant and actually a green iron and a green hydrogen plant up in Boden in northern Sweden. The purpose of Stegra is to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we start with steel, simply because that is one of the dirtiest industries on the planet, standing for about 8% of the global emissions.
Mm-hmm.
So what we want to do is to show that it is possible to actually find a different way of producing steel, used in a lot of different applications all around the world, at an emissions intensity that is not, like 2,500 kilos of CO2 per ton of steel, but rather less than, 200-300 kilos of CO2 per ton.
Interesting. Okay. So just coming back on this a little bit, Johan, Stegra's way of producing steel is still an unusual alternative in the world in which we live, yeah? When do you think your model for making steel, which is fossil fuel free, yeah, I think, when do you think that could be the norm, and how fast can we get there?
I mean, so it all really builds on electrification, really. I mean, the first step of the process is hydrogen. So we want to produce green hydrogen from green electricity. And then instead of using blast furnaces, which requires a lot of coks and coal, we want to use the green hydrogen to reduce the iron ore to iron, and then use that iron into our EAF, which is an electric arc furnace, which also runs on electricity. So pretty much our main feedstock here is iron ore, a bit of scrap, and a lot of electricity. So it requires electricity
right.
as an alternative energy source,
yeah,
instead of the coal used today.
It requires a green ecosystem of people doing all kinds of different things in a sustainable way to make every part of it happen. Yeah. Okay. Now, Jane. So Graphmatech, which we also just heard of earlier, which was interesting. I was trying to get to the nub of this, right? How did graphene go from being hero to zero, and then how is it coming back again? And I don't think we understood that by the end. But it's developing this novel material for sustainable industrial use, and we understood it's basically a way of bringing conductivity to all kinds of other materials like plastics and
We
things.
replace metal.
You replace metal. Okay. Tell us a little bit more about it, and tell us what the blockers are.
What is?
Tell us a little bit more about it, and also what might block, or what might be some of the challenges to scaling this solution.
Okay, well, we'll start with Graphmatech, but actually I work with 3 companies, okay?
Okay.
So we'll go back and say, so one of them is air forestry. So we do forestry with drones. So we fly out with a drone, pick a tree to harvest, put a tool on it, it strips off all the branches, saws it off, and the drone flies back to the roadside with the tree. That gives you around 8%-9% more forest growth in the same area, and a whole lot less diesel burned.
Okay.
Around half the energy use, and it should be at scale 4 times cheaper and more efficient than the current forestry. Okay, that's one.
Mm-hmm.
Another one's called Pebble. We take carbon dioxide and turn it into construction materials, which are extremely low carbon. We think we can make building into a carbon binding, carbon sequestering industry, and we believe strongly that we will be quite a bit cheaper than the current cement and concrete, because we use much less energy. Okay, those 2. And then Graphmatech, well, what we do is replace metal. Okay, so rather than having copper in a pipe, which is expensive, horrible for the environment to do it, and impossible to recycle, and it gets stolen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So make a regular pipe with a couple of stripes of graphene in, which is cheap, uses the same pipe manufacturing exactly as the other stuff, as the current one, and it doesn't get stolen, and it's recyclable.
Okay.
So it's cheaper and it's better. So all of our companies, those 3, are green transition, but they're also cheaper. There is no green premium. They're scalable, and they are good for the environment. Absolutely good for the environment.
Okay. Okay. And they all have a link in some shape or form to the construction industry as well, and other industries. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, getting wood. Wood is a really important renewable material. Forests, we want to be healthy and green, and to have a lot of biodiversity. That's what that does. Okay, that's air forestry. Pebble, yeah, it's using carbon dioxide to make an industrial raw material, yeah, which is permanently sequestered. It's gone for thousands to millions of years out of the biosphere, and then making it into construction, yeah, then it's construction material. And Graphmatech is, there are probably too many things we do with it, but it really is about replacing metal, making conductive materials not out of metal.
Okay. Interesting. Rika, a lot of companies say they need money for the green transition. We have an investor here, so that's also very good. But you seem to be less worried about this in terms of your business. Can you explain that?
Well, I suppose everyone is in some shape or form worried about money, but I would disagree with that statement. But for us, I think the main challenge, if we think about scaling our solutions, is really the way the value chain for built environment typically works, which means that it's a very long value chain with a lot of not necessarily aligned decision making, which means that not always does the sustainability value proposition win in the market.
Right.
And that's our main challenge, I would say. And ultimately, it's it is a question of money, but quite often, and I assume that you probably both agree that the more sustainable solution in the market is quite typically a more capex heavy, but then opex light alternative to that more traditional way of working. But I think the money is only one equation, one part of the equation. I think it also comes to, for instance, beliefs and values and so on.
So when you look at all the businesses that you're connected with, I mean, this is a kind of general question to you all. Are there things out there? Are there levers? Could it be policy? Could it be regulation? Could it be a lot of different things? Could it be more enthusiastic supply chains or whatever? Where would you point to is what you need to actually go further and faster and bigger and better and blah, 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 blah? Anybody can come in here, yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of things to be done in both the regulatory and the voluntary market. But starting with the regulatory, I think that we do need a price on carbon. We have one within the EU ETS, but I think we would need one in more geographies than only Europe. Looking at, for example, how the states are operating with IRA. I mean, they're investing a lot of money into green tech, but they're not punishing fossil at all, which we see that we need some kind of green premium for the steel because it is capex intense for us. And with a price on carbon within the EU, we get that. So that needs to be established in other markets as well.
Yeah.
And one of the voluntary mechanisms is, for example, SBTI. SBTI has...
That's the Science-Based Target Initiative.
Science-Based Targets Initiative, with a lot of companies signing up, committing, and looking at their Scope 3 emissions. And a lot of them, for example, the German car manufacturers seeing, okay, well, batteries is one, and then steel is the next frontier that they need to combat to lower their Scope 3 emissions, which makes them willing to pay more for green steel.
Yeah. Anybody else here? Just noting that we've got 2 minutes 49 seconds, so the clock is running very fast. Any other thoughts on this?
We've had to do a lot of lobbying in Pebble to make our kind of carbon dioxide sequestration agreed to as a mineralization.
Is this standards? They wanted to make sure the material was...
Okay, so that people who invest in a mineralization facility, that's a green investment. It has to be defined as that. And that just actually happened last week. We got the first step toward that. So we had to invest in lobbying from a very small startup from the beginning.
And this happened where? In Europe?
It's in Brussels, yeah.
In Brussels, okay.
I think I agree with both policy, but I think it's also very much about how we work together. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of a sustainability cliche almost, I would say, about collaboration and partnership and ecosystem, but it is all true. And I think that in the built environment, it is even more true than in some other industries, that you really need to, find alignment and a joint goal for the full value chain to work together in order to actually start scaling with the speed that we need. And then secondly, we also need to be smarter about how we sell ourselves. So I think that we quite often make our own argumentation quite difficult to understand with a lot of acronyms, a lot of Brussels acronym soup coming in the play. Just making it really simple why this is a better alternative for the future and also for the business.
With just 1 minute to go, any final thoughts? I mean, do you think the world we're living in right now is still ready for these developments? Do you think the green transition is still happening?
Yeah, okay, so for Air Forestry, we have currently got letters of intent, people who want to buy for 15% of Europe's forest, and that's all inbound. Because everybody who owns forest would rather it be healthier and grew better. Yeah. And that is cheaper is good. So no, I think that people who, you can get something better and cheaper and green, then you really get fast buy-in and you get your alignments and incentives aligned.
And also there has to be, I think, as you say, some understanding that there needs a green premium. I mean, because actually, if you put in the full lifestyle analysis of some of the products we're still using and the damage they cause, that should be priced in to create a more level playing field. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay.
I'm sorry? You can't hear me? Good. Hello, hello, hello. Join us here. I think you're on, are you on a panel or are you presenting? No, you're showcasing, aren't you? Okay, that's exciting. Good. So, the most sustainable form of energy is the energy that we don't need to use in the first place. Also, the most sustainable form of energy here at Techarena seems to be the thumping bass that's coming from some music behind us. If you can hear that at home, very sorry about it. We can't do anything about it. Today, much of the energy we use goes to waste, actually, and this is especially true for buildings. Studies have shown that buildings can reduce energy intensity by up to 38%, and this would not only reduce our emissions, but also save quite a lot of money. Undertaking energy saving and energy efficiency measures by 2030 can maybe garner up to $2 trillion in annual savings, according to a white paper by the World Economic Forum from PwC. So how can we scale solutions that drive energy efficiency? This is about what we're going to focus on in this session. So our expert panelists who are going to listen to this presentation are Maria Wetterstrand. Who's Maria? Hello. Senior Advisor, EU Public Affairs and Sustainability at Milton, Sweden, a public affairs consultancy. Ricky Palmer, Chief Sustainability Officer of the Halden Group, who we had on earlier, a global technology leader in indoor air solutions for demanding spaces, is the jargon I've got written down here, okay. And Katrina Wengler-Bjork, Head of Impact and Transformation, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Fantastic. Now, Helena Renstrom is our guest who's going to present, and you're head of Society Expo Municipality of Skellefteå. Yeah. Not bad. A city in northern Sweden which is growing rapidly thanks to the green transition. Helena, you now have 7 minutes to explain to the audience and to our wonderful panel, what are you up to and what are you trying to achieve?
Yes, thank you for letting me be here. And I'm going to talk about how do societies support those disruptive technologies and the industries that we meet on a daily basis and that we can see in northern Sweden. So Skellefteå in northern Sweden is at the epicenter of the most significant societal transformation right now. And with billions being invested both in public infrastructure, but as well as in private businesses. And we're not just preparing for the future, we're actually living in the future right now. This transformation is driven by the urgent need for sustainable solutions, which Society Expo 2026 is here to highlight. But this journey started over 10 years ago when we talked to our citizens, to our associations, and to our businesses in Skellefteå, where we put a strategy forward. How should we develop in the coming 10 years? And this process is still today the main reason in how we have gone from a societal downward trend into a society that is actually thriving and also is a resilient society. And I think that this is really important because this is the sort of the founding and the prerequisite for also how society should meet those changes and upwards and downwards trends in meeting techniques that are coming and going. And there is also power of having the society with us in those changes. So Society Expo 2026 is designed to highlight both the challenges but also the possibilities for how societies can grow sustainable. And at the same time grow fast, because there is a sort of dichotomy between the sustainable and the fast proceeding of our society. Skellefteå is already a living laboratory for this innovation, and I will today give some examples. For over a decade, we've been pioneering sustainable construction in wood. We have had a wood building strategy since 2012, and Skellefteå is the home for the second tallest building in wood, Sara Culture House, which also integrates the state-of-the-art energy system that has been developed by ABB and Skellefteå Kraft. And our locally owned energy company, Skellefteå Kraft, is already scaling this technology to also become parts of districts and also parts of cities in the coming. And this means that reducing emissions, sustainable materials can be scaled and used as a model also for in a larger scale in other parts of the world. We're also building one of Europe's largest city-closed drone ports, exploring how drones will be integrated as a service in the future urban planning. And Skellefteå Airport already has 2,500 starts and landings with electric aircraft. And this means this places our small airport in the north of Sweden in the top tier globally for electric aviation. Skellefteå Airport has installed a 1 megawatt power supply dedicating for charging those airplanes, which is one of the most powerful in the world. And they are also planning for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. And all those projects and those initiatives have the potential to reshape urban and short-distance logistics everywhere and contribute to the reduction of emissions substantially. We're also building an Arctic Center of Energy, a global competence center that will accelerate this electrification with circular building practices and smart technology built into the project. So through this cutting-edge research and education, this Arctic Center of Energy will create the knowledge and abilities required to the electrification of society. So our businesses in Skellefteå includes both pioneers in forefront of renewable energy, in the forefront of renewable metals, in the forefront of battery manufacturing, electrification, building sustainably in wood. But technology alone is not enough. And I think that is my point here. Our strength lies in the people and in our community. Because if we as a community and as a municipality cannot support this, the technology won't succeed. So industrial pioneers, they need strong and resilient societies that have sustained change before. They need a strong municipality with the capacity to grow together with the businesses, and they need a strong civil society that welcomes newcomers, supports change, and also embraces innovation. And it is this connection between technology, social sustainability, and the people that makes us resilient. And it is also a model that can be scaled, and we can learn from this model. So, Society Expo 2026 is not just about showcasing what Skellefteå has accomplished, but it's a platform for scalable solutions that can be applied elsewhere, and solutions that develop for the everyday, mid-sized community. So in other words, what is possible for Skellefteå can also work in societies across the world. So we want to hear about your challenges, your innovations, your solutions. So join us on this journey, not just as a visitor in 2026, but as a partner today, working together towards sustainable future for us all. And visit se26.se to learn more on how to join this collaboration. So we hope to invite you to 2026 and join us in our societal transformation. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So just to get this right then, there is this city in northern Sweden doing amazing things in terms of the built environment and other features. You're trying to create a model city of energy efficiency, low emission city.
Yes.
And you're having this expo in 2026 where people are invited from all around the world to come to your city, see what you're doing, and also pump in extra ideas that could be useful
and
to
also
you going
discuss
forward.
the challenges, because we think that through discussing the challenges that we are experiencing out now with the industries that are developing, we can find solutions also how to support societies.
So we're going to ask the panel here on scaling. I suppose one missing thing here for me a little bit is, where are your big challenges and obstacles to achieving the goal? I don't know, what is the goal? A zero emission city, or is there a...
Yeah, we of course we want to reduce the climate impact, and we also have a plan for how to do it.
Okay, so somebody might want to kick off with, what's your worst nightmare at the moment? Or what's your most difficult challenge, or what is it? And then we might know what needs to be scaled.
I would say that our challenge right now is to support this fast change, because this new technology needs to be developed really fast, and it's hard for society to keep up with the pace.
Okay.
But at the same time do it sustainably. How do we do this?
All right, okay. Anybody got some smart ideas here? Yep.
I'm not sure about the smart, but my first thought is that obviously what explains success in your case is to likely a fairly large extent something that is really local and happening just there, just at that moment. So in order to really scale the success, my question is maybe how to learn about those underlying factors that explain change and success in your case that can be then scalable, across the globe. As such, I actually believe really that it is this more local city or region-based platforms that will win the game when it comes to really scaling sustainable society.
Try the handheld microphone. I think your microphone's not working.
Oops. Yes, it works. I think it's a really inspiring example, and I would like to understand more how on the ambition, on how to, if you would look at from a business perspective, how would you brand the ambition of the city, and how can that be a model? As you have described, it can be, but how do you transfer that to other cities? And maybe that could be helped by building a brand and lending from the business society. And also, I was wondering how yes, can I speak? Yes, good. About the learnings that you get while building, because this is something that you learn during building this new society or updating, or how do you catch them, and how do you spread them to other cities, other business areas? Because I think this is a movement that is going on globally, and I can see many cities that could learn from you.
Yeah, Society Expo is one way of spreading the word, because we want to learn together. That is really because we have more cities that are going through these changes, both in the north of Sweden, but also in the southern parts of Sweden, and in many other countries. And I think that what we've learned during this journey is really to listen to the people and listen to the civil society. Because unless we have those people with us on this, nothing will ever happen and nothing will ever succeed. So starting from the inside and trying to sort of explain why we need to do this change, that is really at the core of what we're trying to do. But then also talking about it, the significance of this societal change, that is not only done for Skellefteå. It's done for Sweden, and it's done for Europe as such, and it's done for more countries, of course, as well. But understanding that if we don't succeed, then Sweden will have a problem succeeding. I think we lost.
Do we have a problem here with the microphone, gentlemen?
So we need to succeed also for the rest of Europe.
Take that.
Sorry. Yes. Do you hear me? Yeah. We need to succeed also for the rest of Sweden and for Europe. So it's not a matter of Skellefteå doing it right. It's really a matter for us all to succeed in this.
Right. We've got 1 minute 40 seconds left, so let's get focused. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I sort of have this idea because I've been into sustainability for quite some time, 35 years or something like that. And I'm a little bit getting tired of good examples because there are good examples everywhere. So I sort of have this idea that you would, instead of sort of showcasing your good examples, you should showcase all those things that you have not solved yet.
Yes.
And ask people to come and help you. So you would have like this huge exhibition where you just showcase everything that is not solved. And then people can come there with their ideas and help you out, maybe. I think that would be
that's
great.
a brilliant.
That's my only advice.
I think that's a really brilliant idea. I mean, you can go to places like Masdar in the United Arab Emirates, right, and see this so-called green city, and they'll show you the nice bits, but you don't know all the other bits because they haven't got them together yet. You know, it's a really cool idea. That let's show you showcasing what is not going right.
Yeah.
Or you could at least do both, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we're talking a lot about the challenges.
Yeah.
Because we face a lot of challenges, and we want also to. We have a number of themes where we have all those challenges. So you can. We will talk about the challenges as well.
Yeah. Good. I think we're going to have to leave it there. We've got 16 seconds. I think that my only sympathy with you is keeping up with the technological innovation right now, because it's almost unbelievable what's happening, and keeping ahead of that curve is really hard. But anyway, well done. We look forward to going to your city in 2026, and so does the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah. So, good. Before we start with the chat, let's welcome our next special guest on this session. It's Johan Byström, who's the CEO of
Absolicon.
Absolicon. Okay, trips off the lips, doesn't it? Okay, so you've got 7 minutes to tell us about what you're up to and how you're dreaming of scaling this.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, Johan Byström, CEO of Absolicon. We make parabolic solar troughs that shaped like this, and they follow the sun during the day to concentrate the sunlight to produce 160-degree hot steam and pressurized hot water. And we've been able to do this with the highest efficiency in the world, 76.4%. But what I'm here to tell you about today is that heat is half of the final energy consumption. People think that electricity is running the world, but actually electricity only 20%, transport is 30%, and burning fuel to get heat is 50%. And all the goods that we have around us, it's produced by burning fossil fuel to get heat. For example, if we take 1 liter of beer, you need to boil the beer, and you need to pasteurize and clean. So to produce 100 liters of beer, you actually burn 2 liters of diesel oil. Or if you want to produce textile, like jeans cloth, to make 1 kilo of jeans cloth, it's a heat process to dye, to wash, to dry the jeans cloth. So to make 1 kilo of jeans cloth, you actually burn 2 kilos of coal. And it's the same if you want to have this a small cup of tea. You know, if you have a tea bag like this, you probably think that tea is made with electricity. But to make 1 ton of tea, you burn 5 tons of firewood to dry the tea leaves. And all of those heat processes you can actually do with solar thermal instead of burning fossil fuel. And the European Union has been very forceful in dealing with the electricity system. So 2005, they started the emission trading system. And step by step, they have reduced the CO2 allowances so that today, 1,000 terawatt hours of electricity has been transferred from high CO2 emission to low CO2 emissions. But now EU has decided on a new emission trading system, ETS2, for transport and heat. And this system plans to transit also 1,000 terawatt hour of energy, but in 10 years, instead of the electricity that was 20 years. And electricity was quite easy to transfer because you can transit from burning coal to burn gas. But when it comes to heat, today you burn gas to get heat in industry buildings in EU. But now you will transition from gas to something else. And what something else then could be? Well, if you're out standing in the summer and you can feel the summer sun heating your body, you know that there is a good source there. So Absolicon, we can take this hot summer sun and produce heat and steam up to 160 degrees to power the industries and the cities with this steam. And we can also store this heat from summer to winter in underground heat storages. And to store this heat from summer to winter in Sweden, it's actually only 12% losses storing heat from summer to winter. So we can actually run both industries and cities with solar heat. And what we have done with Absolicon is that we have started installing solar thermal on industries. We have built on the Carlsberg brewery in Thessaloniki, making steam to run the brewery. We have installed on the brewery Birra Peroni in Bari, Italy, making both steam and pressurized hot water to run the pasteurizer on the brewery. We have also installed with Colgate Palmolive, making household chemicals in Athens Greens. And last 2 weeks we installed on the tea factory in Kenya, and right now we're installing on a Coca-Cola factory in India. So we have a solution here, a proven solution, how industries actually can burn less and use solar heat instead. And we can also do the cities, because this building here, it's not heated with electricity, it's heated with district heating, like every second home in Sweden. So the heat for this building is coming from burning waste and wood chip at Värtaverken, and then hot water goes in the ground and comes up in this building for domestic hot water and heating. And what we want to say to Stockholm Exergy is, stop burning in summer, because we have all the heat that we need in summer. And then store the heat from summer to winter. And this makes it possible for you to stop burning fuel. So we are an exponential company. Absolicon is created to be able to make this change globally. So in our business idea, we don't sell the solar collector, the best in the world solar collector with 76.4%. That is not what we're selling. We're selling the robotized production line. So when we started Absolicon, we made 2 or 3 solar collectors per day, but they were the best in the world. But now we have the robotized production line that makes 1 solar collector every 6 minutes. We have already sold and delivered 1 to China. We have sold 1 in Egypt. We have sold 1 in Canada, where we're waiting for the payments to deliver them. And our vision is to deliver hundreds of robotized production lines all around the world that mass-produce parabolic troughs to produce the heat and steam that is needed to run industries and cities without CO2 emissions. So just to summarize, so you remember now when you come home and tell your children, heat is half, electricity is only 20%, and stop burning in summer and store the solar heat from summer to winter. So solar heat that we can provide is one of the main solutions of making this heat transition from oil and coal and gas to renewable heat.
Okay, good. All right, exciting. Doesn't sound like you need any help scaling, actually, but anyway. Who wants to start on this?
I could start.
Yeah.
I pick that, or does it work?
I don't know. It depends on the tech. But lift up the handheld.
I do. Yeah. I think it's exciting with you highlighting the need, as I hear it, for communication on what heat is and how large part of the total amount that we need is. So I'm thinking, are you working with creating literacy, heatracy, or creating an awareness of heat and what it means?
Yes, I think this saying, heat is half, it's actually my daughter who invented it. And we can see now that both the EU and in the IMF and others are using this heat is half. So that has really been a catchy thing that we've been able to get people to use. But it's a big uphill battle to make people think about something else than electricity.
Continue the battle, and I think link up with partners who could scale the message would be my.
But I think, yeah, if I can add to that, I think that it's a very good time to talk about heat, because we just got a report the other day from the European Union saying we are increasing the import of natural gas from Russia. And one of the reasons we import natural gas from Russia still is because of heating. So both to heat houses and to heat industries, as you mentioned. So to showcase a solution to that might actually help Europe on its way not only to decrease carbon emissions, but also to get safer and more secure and stop paying Putin, which it would be nice as well, I think. So I think there is a growing awareness of the challenges with heat, and ETS2 shows that. And I'm afraid actually that ETS2 will be postponed. So I think that you might need to talk to the decision makers in Brussels and tell them, don't be afraid to go with ETS2, because there are solutions to heating. So they don't sort of hesitate on going there. I think that's super important, because otherwise you won't get the market that you deserve.
Really, really interesting. Coming from the industry and really looking at the green transformation on the industry side, this is very much needed, I think. So very, very, very great to hear about your example. How different does the situation look like outside of Europe? Now we are talking about European trade schemes, we are talking about European attitudes, but the world is very, very heat and gas heavy outside of Europe as well. So seeing that you have a global solution, potentially global solution, could you please shed some light on the challenges?
When we started selling those solar fields, we focused a little on markets that had very expensive fuel. So we ended up in Kenya, for example, where they buy very expensive oil to run their industries. But in the end, we have found that Europe is actually the market when this heat transition actually can happen, because the natural gas is quite expensive and electricity is not so expensive, and there is a tradition of making investment grants to make this transition happen. If we look at the US, for example, the gas is practically free, so it's impossible to have any payback time for a heat transition. And if we look at the rest of the world, the interest rate and the payback times that they want to have in India or Africa for renewable energy, it's so short. They want to have 2 or 3 years payback time. And except in exceptional situations, like we are doing our project in Zimbabwe, where they pay 300 euro per megawatt hour for electricity, and where we can replace electricity used in the industry to make heat with solar heat. Then we can have 1 year payback time. But there are some special cases like this, but otherwise it will be Europe, Europe, Europe for this heat transition.
Do you, I mean, as a journalist in the 1990s in the UK for the Times newspaper covering the environment, and I remember in the UK they were saying we should have more district heating. It only seems now that the UK is starting to move on district heating a bit more aggressively. Is this something that other European countries should take on board? That actually, if there was more district heating, there'd be more opportunity for what you're doing, right? Because it's amazing how in Scandinavia you've had it for so long, you just think it's normal, right? But in large parts of Europe, they haven't.
But they do have it in Eastern Europe quite a lot, actually.
In Eastern
Europe,
Europe,
they do have district heating systems.
Yeah.
And they do use a lot of fossil fuels for heating. So that could be perfect
target.
And another advantage with district heating is that's a part of the city infrastructure.
Yeah.
So they are prepared to have 20 or 30-year depreciation times on the solar thermal system because they know the city will exist for so long. If we install with a Unilever factory, sometimes they don't know the lifetime of the factory, and then they have shorter payback times. But there are in Europe more than 10,000 district heating networks, and especially Germany is investing enormous amount in district heating because that is one of the few ways you can reduce the dependence on gas for heat. So district heating and solar district heating and heat storages saving from summer to winter. And once you build this underground heat storage, you can put in heat from several sources. You can have solar thermal, you can have electricity when the electricity is very cheap, you can use heat pumps, you can have waste heat from industry, and all this piles up in this heat storage.
Right, so you can link it all together, right?
Yes.
So it becomes an ecosystem of heat exchangers,
yes,
as it were, from the sun all the way through heat pumps and back again.
Just like it is in the electric system, where you have wind, PV, coal power, gas power. But district heating, historically, it has been like one burner and then distributed to all the buildings. And that burner has been burning 24/7 all year around, no matter if the sun is shining outside.
Yeah. We've got 25 seconds. One last question, one quick answer. Anybody? 18 seconds now.
Yeah, I think you just building on Maria's first comment to join forces with others with your same message to go to Brussels and give your voice to.
Very quick answer. Very quick answer.
We have 3 full-time lobbyists in Brussels, but that's just a percentage of the PV, the solar cell lobbyists, for example. So we have very little impact, even though we have 3 full-time employees.
Super, Joachim. Thank you very much indeed. The reason why we keep talking about these timings is that if you go over 15 minutes, you can't share it on LinkedIn. Interesting. That's another challenge. Thank you, Joachim.
Thank you.
Very interesting indeed. Get your free gift from We Don't Have Time. And thank you, panel. That was very good. So, with the same format, 3 wonderful panelists who are going to listen to a wonderful guest. And the guest is Cecilia Hiertzel.
Hjertzel.
Oh, gosh, say that again.
Hjertzel.
Whereabouts are you from?
Sweden.
You're from Sweden. This is the problem, isn't it? I'm going to have to spend more time in Sweden and get these wonderful names right. Or get them to put them phonetically for me in the thing. She is the Chief Sustainability and Marketing Officer of T-Loop. And Cecilia, you've got 7 minutes to talk about T-Loop, what you do, and how you want to scale it.
Thank you. Thank you. It feels great to be here today. So let's start with a surprising number, 460 terawatt hours. Every year, data centers around the world waste 460 terawatt hours of heat. To give you some perspective, that is enough energy to warm cities like Stockholm, 37 cities of the size of Stockholm. And in just 2 short years, that figure is expected to rise to 1,000 terawatt hours. Equivalent output of energy to 35 to 42 nuclear power reactors. All of this energy is today wasted, literally disappearing into thin air. And this wasted heat represents an untapped asset valued somewhere between 50 to 100 billion euros.
Wow.
And the problem gets even more serious. Data centers with capacities of 240 megawatts and beyond are now today being built into environmentally sensitive areas in the Arctic region. The cold climate is ideal for cooling, but the waste heat, despite this immense potential, is still treated as a byproduct. We cannot continue down this path. We must stop wasting this heat. and start seeing it as the asset it truly is. Today, most data centers are designed with one goal in mind: cost-efficient scale. So we build these enormous complexes with singular focus on optimizing the data capacity and minimizing the operational cost. But the waste heat, it's simply an afterthought if considered at all. At T-Loop, we believe there's a better way. Instead of following the traditional model of maximizing the data capacity first and then trying to figure out what to do with all the extra heat, we flip that model. We build our data energy centers in existing buildings, and we calculate the optimal data capacity based on one goal: 100% heat recovery. The heat from our data energy centers is used to warm the buildings we're located in, nearby buildings, or to support the local district heating network. This way, we turn a wasted byproduct into a valuable resource, helping to lower the cost for entire communities. But heat recovery isn't the only untapped potential in a data center. Every data center has their own reserve capacity in batteries and generators, a backup system to ensure that we have enough power when things go wrong. In most cases, this reserve sits largely unused, waiting for an emergency. And here's the thing: this unused reserve is also an untapped asset. At T-Loop, we found a way to make this reserve capacity work for us and for the grid. Instead of letting it sit idle, we use it to support the grid through grid balancing and peak shaving. So by stepping in when there's a high demand or when there's an overcapacity, we help stabilize the grid and make the entire power net more efficient. So in other words, our backup capacity is not a safety net, it's a working asset. For us, the choice is clear. So we can either continue to build massive, wasteful data centers in sensitive regions, leaving billions of heat wasted in euros on the table. Or we can start to think differently, seeing data centers not just as places to process information, but actually as key contributors to the energy system. So at T-Loop, we made that choice. We build data energy centers. And we believe it's time the industry does too. So let's flip the model. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, very much indeed. There's some clapping coming from our live audience here. A bit quiet. You could be a bit more, it could be as noisy as the people next door. There we go. Thank you. All right, they've finally woken up. Very interesting indeed. Panel, you've heard this interesting concept. It sounds like it could be almost disruptive, right? Which is quite fascinating. Any thoughts on scaling it? Or if you need additional information to ask the scaling question, go ahead.
How scalable is it? Meaning, how customized is each of your solutions?
Could you please repeat? It was quite loud.
How much customization do you need? So how unique are your solutions?
So we actually have 3 operational data energy centers today. We collaborate with the real estate owner, and we sort of create a win-win situation for everyone. So for the real estate owner, by implementing our data energy centers in their buildings, we can lower their energy costs with 30%, but also lower the carbon emission equivalents for them, so but improve their reportings. For the IT customers, since we use less energy, it also becomes cheaper in that sense. And so since we also have the grid balancing service, we can do this not maximizing the operational cost in that sense, because just by adding on these extra revenues, we are about 40% more higher revenue in the business model. So that means that we could actually build smaller data centers compared to what we see today when everything is becoming gigantic. What we also managed to do by that is that we can actually look for where is it extra power capacity, because today it's power constraints. It's quite hard to find power for data centers today, but we can find buildings who has actually spare capacity in the power and establish the data centers there, which means that we can scale. So I think the biggest problem we have today is actually changing the behavior with the customers. It's been a trend moving to the cloud, even though we now see a reverse one, moving back a bit. So seeing decentralized and distributed data centers as a better option than to be in big hyperscaling data centers. I think that is the biggest challenge today.
In my experience, the attitude when it comes to energy policy is always that you should have these large-scale production facilities that can produce electricity at any time you need it, and you can produce heat at any time you need it. But I think that we are moving towards a situation where we need exactly what you are talking about. We need demand-side response, and we need to utilize the excess heating and energy that is all around us, because otherwise we won't be able to use, for example, renewables as much as we would like to, because if you use the renewables, usually you need demand-side response, so you won't get the exact same amount of electricity all the time, for example. But what I don't understand is why you only focus on data centers. There are a lot of industries with excess heating and that could also participate in more of these demand-side response solutions. Do you also think about that kind of scaling?
Well, we come from the data center and the energy industry, so it was a quite easy transformation in that sense, going into data center, and instead of seeing servers, we see heaters, and we see that we can combine that. And I think also there's a lot of things in the data center industry now. I mean, the demand for data capacity is today actually exceed the number of data, the capacity we have in the data centers. So we need to establish even more, but we believe there should be another way of doing it and change the way. If we can collaborate with the power net and with the real estate owners, and also make sure that we have the data capacity where we create and where we use the data, and also where the heat is needed, because it's not needed up in the forests in the north, because there's nothing there who needs to be heated, to be honest.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm also curious on different aspects, or on the next wave of scaling, what your go-to-market strategy looks like in terms of other segments than where you are right now, as Maria alluded to, but also other regions or geographies. How are you thinking?
I think where we are at the moment, I mean, we opened up our first data center in December. We now have 3 in the Stockholm region, and we're growing quite fast. I think we have an important task to be here and now in the data industry and change that one to start with. We want to be the trailblazers there, and the demand is still huge. So there's a lot of room for a new player. So I think the best we can do to contribute to a more sustainable IT and data capacity is actually focusing on building data energy centers and trying to change and drive the industry to that.
Very cool.
I suppose one of the things here that springs to mind, I don't know if it's a problem or not, but I mean, you're talking about buildings and putting smaller data centers into buildings rather than these massive ones that sort of almost go in greenfield sites, right? Is there a shortage of buildings that are, say, being renovated or something to actually put your products into, or not?
We look at 2 things when we start to establish a data center, and that is the power capacity and the connectivity. So of course, but I mean, there's a lot of power and connectivity in the cities. So far, that is not the problem. We have a lot of interest from real estate owners who are actually coming to us and saying, okay, we have probably a good location for you.
Right. So they can put these things in their basement or something, or
yes, exactly. So and this is also good because we rent from them. So I mean, we become a tenant. So they get an extra revenue stream as well, because normally nobody wants to be in those dark spots where we want to put our data.
Any building owners in Stockholm or the rest of Sweden or any nearby countries that got a bit of space in your basements and you want a data center sitting there generating heat for your building, this is the lady to speak to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good. Just a little message. I feel like one of those American TV shows with the sponsor, you know. We're going to have to end it there. We've come to the end. Fantastic for your work, and let's see how it goes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This stage is all about scaling solutions. But even though a lot of things are happening, we are still dependent on fossil fuels to power our economies. But does it go even deeper than that? Are we not only dependent, but also addicted to fossil fuels? And if so, are there parallels between this kind of an addiction and an individual's addiction to alcohol or other substances? With me here on stage, I have two guests who have spent a lot of time thinking about this. Please give me a warm hand for Gustaf Skarsgård and Johan Reunanen. Gustaf, most people know you from the screen as an actor. We've seen your performances in Vikings, Oppenheimer, Westworld, and many other films and TV series. What many people may not know is that you are also a climate and environmental activist and an ocean ambassador for Greenpeace. You were recently on an expedition with this organization to put a spotlight on the problems with deep sea mining. And Johan, you are also a very knowledgeable and very insightful climate debater and also a podcaster. And you host a podcast together with Gustaf in the 12th hour. And this podcast offers a quite unique perspective, I must say, on the climate crisis and how to tackle it. In fact, I had never heard anyone making the connections that you are making before I started listening to this podcast. So Johan, how did it begin and what is it that you are trying to explore in this podcast?
Well, first of all, thanks for letting us be on the stage. I guess it all started with our individual processes, going from an individual addiction of alcohol and substances, going into recovery, finding new tools to manage life, in essence. And then after a few years of that, starting to make connections with what's it like to be in that state of addiction, and what parallels can we draw with what is happening or not happening in terms of the climate crisis. Yeah. And it turns out that both me and Gustaf had made those connections separately, individually. And then we met and we realized that we were pretty much at the same page when it came to these perspectives. So it all started off as a dialogue, and we've had many pivots along the way. We started writing a book, and then we realized that maybe we shouldn't write a book because it's from A to Z, and what if there is no proper ending to this? Maybe it should be in the form of a process or a dialogue, and then maybe we could do a podcast to just share the perspectives. And what happens with that, we don't know, because it all depends on who's listening and what happens in that individual person with what he or she is doing. internalizing, our reflections, really.
So Gustaf, what are some of the parallels that you have found between your former addiction and our society's addiction to fossil fuels at large?
Well, basically, if you're caught up in an addiction, that means you're stuck in a behavior that you know will have catastrophic outcomes, and you're not able to stop them or prevent them or stop that behavior, right? And because that's the reflection we shared. I was like, we're starting looking at the climate crisis, like, so we're trapped in this economical system, and we're trapped in this dependence on fossil fuels, and we know it's bad, we know it's leading to destruction, and we can't stop. So the connections are very clear from a personal addiction to a collective one. But then there's also a lot of subsets of personal addictions within this collective addiction. One way to look at addiction is as if you have some sort of internal lack or dissonance where you try to find external solutions to that dissonance, right? And what do we have on the collective plane? We have we've all been programmed to the idea that we aren't enough and we don't have enough, right? The idea that we can consume or accumulate our way out of our own internal dissonance, right? And that in itself is a form of addiction. So I don't think that people realize to what degree they are addicted to that sort of behavior. And for us, or for me, throughout the years of recovery within a 12-step program, I started noticing that there were other aspects of me. Because the first thing is like, okay, I don't need to do drugs and alcohol anymore. And then after a while, I'm like, but I'm also not that interested in money, and I'm also not that interested in other sort of externalized behaviors because I've found a different way to deal directly with this internal lack, right? Some sort of spiritual program, which is the 12-step program, to deal with internal lack, right? So the whole experiment here is to like, okay, to what degree, if the problem is so identical, to what degree is the 12-step solution applicable to the collective problem?
That was my next topic. So what are the solutions? What parallels can you give us from your recovery?
The thing is that the 12-step solution, it's not, it doesn't let itself be condensed in like a short sentence. But if I was to say one, it would be going from an extractive mindset to a contributive mindset. The whole recovery process is going from what can I get out of it to how can I contribute in any area of your life, right? That's why step 12 is about promoting the idea of recovery and liberation. And another thing that because when we're talking about the transition, we always talk about the compromises that we have to make. And if you have recovered, or if you are in recovery from addiction, you don't look at it, I don't feel like I'm in a compromise of not having to drink alcohol. I feel liberated from having to drink alcohol. So another perspective that we want to bring to the transition is that it's not a compromise, it's a liberation, right? So if all of these things, the substitute behaviors that we're trapped in, looking for these external solutions to an internal problem that is not working, if we start thinking that the solution is actually not only necessary and possible, but it's also benevolent and attractive, right? That has to do with how can we live as a human species in a way that is more aligned to our real needs, instead of these fabricated substitute needs that we have created for ourselves.
In one of your episodes, you talk about the problem of setting goals that are too far in the future, and I thought a lot about that, because that seems to be the way our societies are doing, or our leaders are doing. They set goals for 2050, 2060. Now, if I had known you eight or 9 years ago, and you would have come to me and said, "Hey, Marcus, we have the perfect solution for how to get sober," we're not going to stop now. In fact, we're going to drink more for a few more years. and then we're going to cut down very slowly, and then by 2050 we're going to be sober. I would have doubted your intentions, right? How do you see society's set of goals for getting rid of this addiction?
I mean, I think it's actually a great parallel to draw, I think. I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, let's continue with this destructive behavior, and then something will change. We don't really know what, but we will decrease, and then magic happens, and then problem is solved. And that's really our plan. And of course, it's not realistic. It's not something that will work. I think a lot of the time, and this is something that we speak about in the podcast as well. It's like you have your hand on a hot burning stove, right? And it's burning, so your hand is literally on fire. And someone tells you, well, just take your hand off. Yeah, but I don't know where to put it. I mean, the first thing you do is you take your hand off, and from there, you start charting a new course, right? So maybe we don't know what society will look like in 2050, 2060, 2070. What we do know is that our future will be radically different from what it is today. And we can start making changes today in a direction that seems positive, right? We may not know the 100 steps that we need to take, but we know the first few. Let's take them. Otherwise, things will come crashing down.
Yeah.
So we can choose. The future here will be radically different. What are the paths that we want to walk to get there?
Yeah. This is called the Exponential Solutions Stage, and we have talked a lot today about scaling solutions. Gustaf, is there something from your own recovery and the journey that you have been on that can apply to scalability?
Yeah, well, again, this is also very interesting because we're so programmed to think scalability, think growth, and that is part of the problem, right? I'm more of a butterfly effect type of person. I'm more interested in qualitative change rather than quantitative change, and also start committing to processes that are not quantifiable. Everything has to be quantifiable for it to have a place in our society. Whereas when it comes to recovery, it's not like there are so many principles from the 12-step movement that it's about attraction over promotion. It's not about scalability. It's not quantifiable. How many people? They don't even keep numbers. We just know that millions and millions of people have recovered through the 12-step process over almost 100 years, right? But it's not quantifiable. So again, going from the whole growth mentality into committing to aligning our behaviors with certain values without knowing the outcome. That in itself is the point from the recovery perspective. We don't know where we're going to get, and we can't quantify it, but we have to commit to it. And we have to commit to seizing the behaviors that we know are destructive today without knowing the alternative yet.
Yeah.
Because not until we commit to that, our resources will fully go into developing new modalities, right? As long as it's all growth, as long as everyone is still here to make more money, we're fucked.
Johan, reflections on that?
No, I mean, just look at where we are, right? I mean, it's not like we haven't known what will happen. We've known what will happen for many, many, many years if we don't start acting differently. But emissions keep going up. I mean, we are going to cross the 1.5 degree. We're starting to talk about overshoot. We're at maybe 3 degrees, etc. So whatever we're doing, it's not working. So, I mean, one of the philosophical questions to raise is like, can we make the changes necessary within the financial and economical system that we have that is really based on growth? Is that possible? Yes. And I'm not sure that it is. I mean, we I mean, Johan Rockström and his team, you know, with the planetary boundaries, we act as if they don't exist. We act as if there aren't any consequences of keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
We act as if, you know, business as usual is the primary route to go, when we all know that it's not. So in a sense, we're all very, you know, elaborate practitioners of individual and collective denial. And whenever the scientists say that, okay, well, we're pretty much fucked, then we get angry, they get death threats. You know, it's like we don't want to listen to whatever is contradicting our way of living. And why is that? Well, because I have then found the means to deal with my life, the external solutions that Gustaf was talking about. So don't you know, take away the external solutions that I need for my internal, you know, life.
It becomes existential.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's another parallel to addiction. You know, if you try to pry a bottle out of the hands of an alcoholic, you know, it's like, and it's actually even biochemically in your brain, that's where the addiction sits, right? Because you think that you need your substance the same way you think you need air or food. It becomes so existential to you. And that's another parallel. If you think that you're right to accumulate more money or, you know, consume more, it's like, it's almost existential to you. And if someone threatens that, then you will react accordingly. And you will be ready to defend it till the death.
Yeah. So we're talking behavioral change on a global scale almost.
That's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
And that is also what's gonna happen, because that's the other thing about an unsustainable system will always lead to change. If you're stuck in addiction, it's not like all of a sudden you're gonna start winding down your alcoholism. No, either you will get sober or you will die, right? And it's the same for us collectively. It's like either we change or we burn. Yeah. And the change is inevitable. The question is if we are gonna survive that change as a species or not. Yeah. But even destruction is change. Yeah. Because since the system is unsustainable, the change is inevitable. So it's about damage mitigation. It's about suffering mitigation. And that's what we can do. And because we talk about in recovery a lot about rock bottom, right? And sometimes we think about hitting rock bottom as the worst possible outcome, the worst possible consequences of given behavior. But that's not it. The rock bottom is when you change, when you stop behaving destructively. That is your rock bottom. And because there's always a lower rock bottom till you hit death.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, I think there's also, it might sound counterintuitive, but there's a lot of hope in this as well, because that liberation that we're speaking about, it's not far away. It's not in 2050, 2060, 2070. Yeah. You can experience that liberation today, if you want.
Right here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and it's not when, you know, I have that new car, or, you know, I have that promotion at work, or I have, you know, whatever I need that is external. No, it's when I start shifting the perspective to what is happening inside.
Yeah.
And what tools can I use to really heighten the quality of the experience of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that has nothing to do with accumulating stuff, or, you know, who has the most money in the bank, etc. I mean, and thing is though, when I was active in my addiction, and I thought of what would it be like to be sober? I mean, I wasn't picturing anything nice. I was picturing a life that was dreadful. That was, you know, a rainy Tuesday in November. It was awful. But when I hit that rock bottom and started to change, I saw that it wasn't bad. In fact, it was a lot better than I thought. And after a while, I was like, this is life. This is what life this is our life is meant to be lived. So my perception of what it's like to be sober, or our perception of what it's like to make the climate transition, or when we've made it, is really what's stopping us from making it. So what we need to do is just taking the first step and trusting the process.
Yeah. I think. You have both been pointing at your heart, which, so I need to turn to you, Gustaf, and talk a bit about the role of art. We had Emma Stewart, Sustainability Officer of Netflix, on our stage a few times, and she said, scientists tell us what to do, but art makes us want to do it. And I think this is something that you've been touching upon. So what, from your perspective, what is the role of art in helping create this new mindset that is needed?
I don't know. It's hard to sum it up because art is it's such a wide concept, right? But you can talk about the potential of art, but then there's also the potential of storytelling.
Yes.
Or the potential. But for me, it's also personally. It's about being of service, being of use. Like I happen to be good with words, or I can relay a text or an idea, so maybe someone will feel something, and that's something that I want to use for my idea of some greater good, right?
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'm just in entertainment, but my own personal relationship to it is that I would never work on something that I feel like ideologically goes against my core values.
Yeah.
But I can also just do entertainment because we also need that, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes when we try to really write people on the noses, it can have a counterintuitive effect, right?
Yeah.
But I think Don't Look Up was a perfect example of how you can do it in a great way.
Yeah. But it is still a rare theme, though. I mean, I'm an author, and I've had several books published, but if I pitch a climate idea, it's not like the publisher are jumping up and down with joy and say, hey, let's do that.
That's the problem, and that's the difference between art and commercialism, right? And the problem of art being commercialized. Because as long as it's, and especially the movie industry, it's so expensive to make movies, so people got to get their money back, right? So, of course, they're sensitive to what's selling or not. So there's a inherent capitalist corruption or compromise within the art form or filmmaking, right? Which is why it's important, as in Sweden, we have a Swedish Film Institute that can subsidize movies that are not primarily making money. But that's another issue, because there are too many incentives to make movies that also make money. So.
We are launching a new campaign on this stage today. It's called Buy More Time, but we also have an ongoing campaign called Move the Money, which is about trying to move large-scale investments from supporting problems to supporting solutions. You recently supported a Swedish spin-off to that campaign called Flytta pengarna. Why did you do that? Why was that important to you?
I think it's really important because I didn't even know about that. The fact that so many of our collective pension funds are funding really destructive industries. And I didn't even know that. And I want more people to know that. And I want more people to know that through an easy click on their computer, they can actually move that money or threaten to move that money. Yeah. And I think that that's just one way of making a great actual change within the system, in the right direction.
Yeah.
And it's quite easy. And I think it's a brilliant campaign.
Johan, what do you think?
I mean, if I were to sum it up, it gives people agency. And I think that is something that a lot of us lacks, It feels like, well, it doesn't matter what I do, but this actually matters. Yeah. With a few clicks, I can actually make a huge difference. Yeah. I can move my money to where I think it's, most appropriate, from the side where it's actually damaging to where it's actually building something that is fit for future.
I could sit here on the stage talking to you guys for much longer, but we don't have time. Time is running up. So Gustaf Skarsgård, Johan Reunanen, thank you so much for joining us here today, and best of luck with all the work you do. Thank you so much. And check out the podcast, by the way. Thank you.
So, to solve the climate crisis, we need to decarbonize our energy system, but we must also rethink the way we build, produce, and use things. We must go from a take, make, waste system to a system of circularity, where second materials or second-hand materials and not virgin materials are the norm. There are companies working on making this happen on a larger scale, and it's my pleasure to have two of them with me here on stage, and also my colleague from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Johan Falk. We have Luis Reunanen, Head of Sustainability at Bauer, and we have Dennis Nobelius, who's CEO of SIA. Okay, good. It's lovely when I get it right with the Swedish, you know, sometimes it's a bit tough. And of course, Johan Falk, as we've just mentioned. So, we're going to have a panel for 18 minutes. It's great to have you here. Luis, for those who do not know yet, what is or who is Bauer, and what are you trying to achieve?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here on stage. Well, so in essence, Bauer is encouraging consumers to do the right thing, which is to sort and recycle their used packaging waste. And by doing so, we enable a circular packaging economy. The problem is pretty clear. Every day, 10 billion of packages hits the market, and only a fraction of them goes into the right bin, and more so, some of them end up in the litter as well. So we are facing a global waste sorting crisis, and that's what we're trying to attack. So alone on plastic, you have 86% of all plastic packaging that never gets sorted, which is just a massive loss of potential. And that's why we're here. So to change this trajectory, Bauer works in the middle. You want to have producers that produce recyclable packaging. You want to have waste management that advances on creating a good waste management system. But the consumer in between is key, because otherwise the rest of the investments are worth nothing if it doesn't go into the right bin. That's exactly what Bauer is doing, trying to change behavioral change. And we do so by using technology. So we've created an award-winning mobile app where we help consumers to sort properly. And we've taken inspiration from a bulletproof historic success case, which is called the PEN system here in Sweden, but on international terms, it's the deposit return system. You don't see any bottles lying around in the streets here because they have an incentive behind it.
Right.
So we pair brands and consumers. The brands incentivize consumers to do the right thing, and thereby we can lift the sorting rates by 32%. And when you have more qualitative materials that go through the system, you have a higher volume that goes into the closed loop system, and thereby you enable a lot of the CO2 emissions potentials. Okay. That's in essence what we're doing.
Okay, well, we'll probably delve a little bit more into this.
Yeah.
So, Dennis, SIA is backed by H&M, one of the big chains of clothing that we all know. Yeah, certainly a big player in the fashion industry is H&M. So what is it that you're doing to assist them?
Make it very simple. I just show this.
Oh, yeah.
This is a T-shirt made from post-consumer waste.
Okay.
So what we do is that we are a textile impact company. We work in the similar area. That means that we are a recycling company. So we take in textile waste from across the globe, produce then a new fiber out of that. So we bring it all the way down to the monomer, up to the polymer again, and thereby creating a true circularity. So you can reuse that all over again as many times as you wish. Right. And of course, what we are attacking then, that is right now 70 million metric ton every year produced from plastics, going into fashion apparel, going into automotive, home interior, etc. And that is made from crude oil. So 1% of that is being recycled today. And our ambition is to take around 3% of that global market in the next 8 to 10 years, which means that we have a hyper-scaling ambition, but still, it's 3% of the market. So we need more players going into this space.
Okay. Maybe... So Dennis, I'm going to come back to you one quick second here. So we have heard about ideas about like this before. Is there something about your company's business model or your processes that make it a little bit different to, say, previous attempts at this? Yeah.
Oh, good point. So here we can leverage the Vargas, which is the second founder. One founder is H&M, the other one is Vargas. And they're behind Northvolt, How to Green Steel, or Stegra, as it's called today, ERA. So they have a model which is really, really strong. So we set up the entire company financially wise, investment wise. We have the biggest, one of the world's biggest green impact fund, RISE Climate from TPG. So we have a balance sheet, we have a financial structure, we have a technology that we actually acquired. So we didn't start with technology, we start with the customer need from H&M. Scouted the world across 20 different technologies. Found one in North Carolina that is really easy to scale at a low cost. Because we believe to make a really big impact, you cannot come with a super high green premium on top. You need to be able to scale that down at the cost level that makes a big impact by volumes. That's I think, was unique for us.
Right, okay. Johan, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, working with big companies like Apple and Google and Microsoft, IKEA, Unilever. That's just a short list of the long list that you work with. Is circularity on the agenda for these big companies?
Absolutely.
Can we try the handheld microphone, please?
Yeah, maybe we should do that.
Thank you.
Does it work now?
Is
or?
it coming? It's coming
okay,
now.
Maybe,
okay.
Yes. All our companies, they're working, take a holistic perspective in terms of climate and nature, and that means basically cutting your own emissions, also your value chain emissions, scaling up solutions and impact in society. So we mean that to have a 1.5 aligned strategy, you work across all these 4 pillars. It's about setting targets, transition plans, disclosure. And a key part of the leaders is value chain, radical value chain transformation. It's not possible for a company to look at to achieve net zero on your own. It's basically impossible. You have to think about the complete value chain and how you transform it, and do that in a radical way by working in new ways with your suppliers as well as your customers. So your example is great because it also requires new type of financial models if we should do radical transformation. The dynamics between the bigger players who need to radically cut and halve emissions in 5 or 6 or 7 years, and what we call the climate solutions companies is really, really important, because a lot of these parts of the value chain will come from new type of companies, and that is what is so exciting. So we also started to develop this, what we call the climate solutions framework, and to bring in the companies which could also be qualified as climate solutions companies, and measured a bit differently than the big companies on the science-based targets, because these companies need to be able to scale exponentially, incredibly fast. So I see a tremendous opportunity here. So it's not just about the solutions, it's actually how we're innovating in the value chain transformation. So Vargas is a good example there.
Yeah. Thank you. Louise, so I understand that Bauer's solution to increasing circularity is to give the used product a value. You mentioned plastic bottles, for example, where there is in Germany they call it a Pfand, yeah, where you get some money when you take the bottle back. So you want to give what more products? Is this the idea, some inherent value, so that the consumer has a value in terms of getting it back into the system, rather than it just disappearing out and leaking out into the system? Just expand on that. I mean, is it being received okay, presumably in Sweden or anywhere else, to give more value to products, as it were, for the consumer to,
Yeah, there's a lot of noise here, so I hope I was going to say, correctly.
Yeah, one thing I would say, by the way, it's very noisy for everybody on this stage. Yeah. But the audience out there watching it, and there may be 1 million or so people watching it right now, they can hear very clearly through the microphones.
That's good. Yeah. So I think it's exactly what you're saying. We're trying not to punish bad behavior, but reward good behavior, right? So with that remit, it is really trying to put more value behind thing and turning trash into value. The reception is really good. So the incrementality that we see by putting things value behind packaging is that a third is being increased in terms of going through our system. So 1/3 of the packaging wouldn't have been recycled if it wasn't for our system. So you can say that's the consumer reception itself. And we also think from a scalability, it's a shame that you only put deposits on things that can go through the hole, basically, like the bottle system,
Yeah,
right?
because they've got the machines already there doing it.
Yeah.
Things that go round like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it needs to be exponential, the change that we're running, and therefore we need to think more in a broader scale. Why not just add value to all packaging in the entire world? Then you will see an increase change in consumer behavior. That's at least what we believe in.
Why can't we do with everything? Why can't we do with wood or with, I don't know, old transistor radios that you find in your loft when you move house? Oh, it's an old transistor radio. What am I going to do with this, right? In that case, some people are good and they go to the recycling center and they hand it over.
Yeah.
Or others go, I'm moving house. I haven't got time for all that. I'll just stick it in the trash bin when nobody's looking.
Yeah.
I mean, could lots of more things have a kind of value on it that if you brought it in, you get something back?
Definitely. I think thanks for asking as well. So that's definitely where we see the app is moving as well. It's like not just rewarding waste sorting behavior in the bottom of the waste hierarchy, but really start rewarding circular behavior, right? So in your case, what you're mentioning, it can also be through rental models, right?
Yeah.
Rewarding something that's better than down at the bottom line of the waste hierarchy. So yeah, I think you can definitely take that remit and put it on everything.
So we got like
challenge that.
6.5 minutes here, maybe before we have to close. So let's have maybe a three-way discussion. So the classic question, you know, from your perspective, from your business or from the industry itself, what is the main obstacle to actually going further and faster with this? Is there an obstacle? Is it regulation? Is it policy? Do you need more fashion chains behind it? Or is it in your case, or maybe with plastics, the huge subsidies on fossil fuels makes the virgin plastic cheaper? I mean, you know, where are your thoughts on this? Johan, you jump in as well when you want to as well.
Well, what we see from a lot of our companies is that, of course, there has been such a focus on the energy transformation, and supporting your suppliers to switch to renewable energy and downstream and so on is quite straightforward. It's not trivial in any way, but I mean, the material transformation is just as important. We think that maybe you cut 30-40% with energy, but the second and the third halving is primarily material. So we need to work on that in parallel and get the same priority on the material transformation. And so it's both to get all these big companies on board to start to drive that material transformation in collaboration with new innovators. So that is where you both are examples on that. But then it's also, I think, the policy, if we look at Europe, for example, it's still very, very focused on energy and the traditional things. And we need to create the incentives from a business perspective. Regulations is fine, of course, but it can't just be regulations and reporting standards, which I think is good, by the way, but it's actually to create the business incentives to develop these new industries and the infrastructures for the new industries. I think Europe, for example, should have a bold plan in taking leadership in switching towards full circularity, not at least from a resilience perspective. We can also argue that we need an economy which is much, much more resilient. So basically, all material should have a vision that we circulate everything. We need to create the economical incentives for it. And maybe there is a window now in Europe to influence that with the Draghi report.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I would agree upon that. But it's not one bullet that will fix it all. So we need to work on all these accounts. I think Europe is leading on legislation, but should not give in. You know, keep pushing on that and be the global leader for our legislative efforts and making it happen. we need the consumer to act, as you are saying then, act in the way that supports a green transformation. And then we need an industry at play that's really working towards true circularity. And I think we're actually moving away from, in a positive sense, from capsule collections, the limited editions, innovative showcases, to really go for where do we make an impact at the core. So hitting the core of the businesses of the industries and making that a big enabler. That's how you create the big circularity shift.
Yeah.
And that is what I think it would be the most important point.
Yeah, because I mean, with the fashion industry, I mean, it's a long-standing problem, right, isn't it? And I mean, one question you wonder, do they have to use plastics in the first place? That's another issue. Also, you go buy a new pair of trainers or something like that, and there's one over there that's made from recovered plastic from the ocean. It's really nicely designed, but then tens of thousands of other pairs, they're just made in the normal way, right? So you feel sometimes a little greenwashing going on, and it's cute to have these other products. But I mean, you want to mainstream it so that it is just perfectly normal to do this at scale. And you as well, I mean, okay, do we need plastic packaging, or could we use something else? Or is that an alternative? No.
No. But if I can comment on the obstacles as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah. No, I agree with that it's the moving pieces between both legislation and technology, etc.
Yep.
From our side, it's like definitely the mass movement that needs to be scaled now, because paradigm shifts take a lot of time, right? And for consumers, it takes up a lot of extra time. So we definitely need the industry and the market focus to start paving that consumer behavioral change. So for us, it's like really asking the industry to trust in disruptive technologies and try to invest in it. And I think the science is clear. I think the problems are quite clear. I think we have the solutions at hand. We need stakeholders that need to make bold solutions and bold investments into the solutions that are there to really drive things at scale. And the industries want bulletproof solutions that have been proven, but we're never going to reach that exponential change if that will go way too slow, in my opinion. So that's the biggest obstacle for our side. Industries just really tapping into it and paving the way so that the mass movement can happen.
Maybe if I add to that, Maya, I mean, one example of that would be H&M, in my mind. They saw that there were many small players around there, but they didn't see anyone impacting their sustainability target at scale. So they started the company themselves. And as part of that, they also threw in an off-take agreement. That is a customer contract, legally binding, worth $600 million, which is 50% roughly of all the forecasted use for the next 7 years. That's how we make a commitment, and that's how we make a change. And by that, then, we are suddenly investable. So other persons coming on board, investing into us, and then we can scale.
Yeah.
I think this model could be applied in so many areas, and then we can reach the hyperscaling, which then would meet the exponential need of the world.
So we could, I mean, it's such a fascinating topic is circularity, and why is the Netherlands at 9% and is the show child on this one versus other places? What about all the metals in waste dumps, and some people say there's more iron above ground than there is, but unfortunately we can't, because we're just about to hit the magic button to end this part of the show. But it's a great topic. Congratulations on the work you're doing and the work you're doing as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
So, to set the stage for this session, I would now like to welcome up to the stage Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Hi, Ingmar, great to see you. Ingmar, we all know that we're quickly running out of time to keep the rising temperatures within safe limits. Yeah, the halving of emissions by 2030, for example, to have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero in 2050. We also know, even though the green transition is happening faster than many think it is, it's still not happening fast enough. You have a solution to the problem, and I'm going to ask you to take it away, and I'm going to leave the stage and leave it to you.
Thank you, Nick. And I'm going to talk about this. This is an important curve that will help us save and solve the climate crisis. But not if it looks like this. So we need to flip it so it turns up. This is the pace of many climate solutions we have today. We are scaling electric cars, we're scaling solar energy, wind power, battery storage. And it's happening on exponential growth speed. That means that we don't really see the effect of it when we're here, but we're going to see sudden change when we are up here. So this is great. There's only one problem, and that is we need that to happen very, very fast. And currently, we have a political leadership in this world that are not really speeding up this transition. They're slowing it down instead. And The Guardian recently, they did a study, they did a survey where they asked everyone working on those solutions, those that are implementing the solution, they asked them, do you believe that we are going to solve the climate crisis and halve the emission before the year 2030? And only 6% said yes. Only 6% of the people working with implementing the solution believes that we are going to make it. I'm one of those crazy people that thinks that we can make it, but even I am starting to doubt, because we are currently in the year 2024, soon 2025, and we are still increasing the emissions. They're starting to flat out, but they're not decreasing. And we need to cut it in half in about 5 years. So that's a very big challenge. Okay, is that a big problem? I mean, if it just takes 3 more years, will it matter? I just read a study from International Energy Agency that are saying that in the year 2033, solar energy will be the biggest energy source in the world. But that's 2033, it's 3 years later. So why is this deadline 2030 and halving the emissions so important? I will illustrate it. They said I was not allowed to use a PowerPoint, so I will use some other things. I will illustrate it with this chart. This is the climate crisis today. We're kind of leaning backwards. And the more emission we put up there, the more we're leaning it. But we can still do this, right? The problem, if we pass 1.5 degree, and we're very near, we're kind of there, but if we stay there and we just keep going up, there is a big, big risk of hitting a tipping point. And when we hit a tipping point, this share will be very, very hard to put back up. Maybe we can do it in some mysterious way, but we don't know how to do that, so we must make sure to not tip this share. And I can just give a short personal story to just kind of tell you why this is so important. It's not like we are giving up if this happens, but it makes everything so much harder to really solve the problem. When I was starting We Don't Have Time, My own mother died in cancer just 1 year before. And she died of cancer. It started with breast cancer. That was, you know, the tipping. It was starting to tilt. But when it was spreading all over, everywhere, that was when it became, you know, terminal. So this is what we must avoid for the climate. And we have a cure for this. We need, the only thing we need in order to make it is more time. We need to buy more time. If we get more time, this will happen. And it's not just the solutions, the technology and the business. It's also, more than 80% globally, according to a UN survey, among people wants to have stronger climate action. And now we feel the resistance from the politicians. But when we're up here, they will not resist the green transition because the green transition are the majority. In China, last month, we have 51% of new cars are electric. Do anyone here believe that in 2 years from now, it will be 49% electric cars? Of course not. So the policy will change when the technology changes, but we need more time. So how can we get more time? I will demonstrate this. The problem, here's the problem. Carbon dioxide, you all know this. This is a big part of the climate crisis. And the problem with carbon dioxide, when we emit it, it will go up. And it will stay up there for up to 1,000 years. Maybe we can kind of try to remove it, but it looks kind of hard to do it, very expensive. But there's another solution out there. And that is, I will say, it is another problem out there. That is methane. Methane is another greenhouse gas. It's a very common greenhouse gas. It's the second biggest contributor to global warming. And there's a big difference between methane and carbon dioxide. When we release this, it comes down again. On average, 12 years. It's a big difference between 1,000 years, 12 years. So the solution here is that we need to stop emit methane. And if we do that, we can actually reverse global warming with up to 0.5 degrees. That is the time we need to do everything else, because we still need to stop the carbon dioxide. So this is great news. And where does this methane come from? 3 big sources. This is one of the sources. Bananas. Waste, food waste. When we eat food, we maybe not eat it all. I mean, I don't want to eat this, this shell. We throw it away, right? And what happened with this, it becomes methane. 20% of methane emission comes from waste. But guess what? When I arrived here this morning, I took the bus, and the bus in Sweden, in Stockholm, are powered with bioenergy produced by food waste instead of methane. So there's a solution for that. Sweden has solved it. We just need to invest and share this knowledge to all countries. We don't emit hardly any methane from waste, so other countries can do the same. And another thing we in Sweden don't have any fossil fuel extraction. This is supposed to be a pipeline. You need to have a little bit fantasy here. But here is a lot of natural gas and things. So 45% from methane comes from the fossil fuel industry. And it's a lot of leakage here. It's kind of broken, there's a lot of methane. And this is a lot of emission that is really easy to fix. It's just fix the pipe. You have some from coal mines, etc., but you can fix that. The solutions exist. It costs some money, but the fossil fuel industry can absolutely afford it. So we have a solution for waste, we have a solution for fossil fuel industry, what's the largest source of methane gas? I think you know it. It's also in the fridge. Milk. Cows are burping 4 times every 5 minutes. And that adds up to, agriculture adds up to 40% of the methane emissions. So how are we going to stop that? I mean, of course, everyone can turn vegan tomorrow, but I don't think that is politically possible. So we need technology for it. And there exists technology. There's actually a solution out there. Many companies working on this, where you have a food additive, and you give that to the cows, and they burp up to 80% less. So we can fix that as well. We're going to hear more about those solutions later today. So this is great news. We have the solutions. But how are we making sure that this will happen, so that that will not happen? How can we make it? How can we make it happen? I don't think it will be enough for me just doing crazy stuff on stage here, maybe helping some with awareness, but we need something else. We need a lot of money, because the farmers will not afford giving that additive to the farmers. The fossil industry, however, can afford it, but they're not doing it, so we need to kind of make them that. Maybe make it illegal to release a lot of dangerous gases in the air. So what do we need? We need to look at the fridge. This is the solution. I'm talking about 1987. I was 8 years old, and we had a big environment disaster. I'm talking about Freons. All the fridges we had when I was a kid were powered by a dangerous gas. And when that was released up in the air, it was destroying the ozone layer. And this was a super dangerous thing. In fact, if we hadn't fixed it, we will not be able to walk outside today and show naked skin. The climate crisis will not be our problem. We will be living in a destroyed world. But we're not doing that, because the industry, the manufacturers of the fridges, the chemical companies, and bold world leaders met in Montreal, where they decided to ban Freons, phase it out, put the funding behind it, and today we have perfectly fresh food and we don't use Freon anymore. Isn't it great? This is the biggest success of UN history, maybe the only big success in the environment, but it saved humanity once, so we can do it twice. Right. The Buy More campaign is all about sharing knowledge about this and gather the stakeholders in the UN system to host a new Montreal conference and agreeing on a short, very, very fast, rapid phase out of short-lived climate gases. Methane is the biggest source. There are some others. They're also easy to just quit. This doesn't mean that we're doing this instead of stopping the carbon dioxide. It just means that we're going to be able to have some more time doing everything else we need to do. And there is one more thing. We're at a tech conference, so we must have one more thing. This is where it becomes really exciting. This year, in Mars, there was a new satellite launched that is called the Methane satellite. And it will measure open data where we have emission from methane, leakage from the fossil fuel industry, from everywhere we have methane gas. It will measure that, and we will know exactly where we need to fix the problem. We don't have that for any other climate gases, but we have it for methane. So a legal system, some funding, and the data is everything we need. And this is what Buy More Time is all about. We can do this.
Great, Ingmar, super. And as we said before, there's going to be a lot more on this at COP29. We're really going to give that a really big push, this methane story from all the sectors. And it's, I mean, we're coming up to the end of the time for this segment, but...
Yes, we are also going to work directly with governments. The US government, they heard about this, so they reached out. So we're now going to have the special envoy of climate on our stage talking about this. And guess what? US are working closer together with China already. We just need 198
We have to
more
stop there,
countries.
Ingmar. Done. Okay, good. Fantastic. Thank you very much. The reason why we're doing all this is because we're told with LinkedIn, if you're over 15 minutes, you can't share the content. So I have to be really brutal. This is what's going on. So now you have to go. Okay. Super, Ingmar. Thanks a lot. Okay. Thanks. Panel. Thank you.
Tack.
And is Nick there?
Ja, absolut.
What's So now we have some more expert panelists with us. We're going to follow the format you may have seen during the rest of the day. We're going to have a guest presenting an amazing solution, and then we're going to have some people here or experts who will comment on the solution and also how to scale it up. Let me mention our new panelists. We have Pia Irel, founder, investor, and advisor at Pike. Nice to see you, Pia. We have Johanna Raum Juhlin, is that sort of close?
Yeah, sort of.
If it's a disaster, you have to intervene straight away. She's investor, LRF, which is the Federation of Swedish Farmers. That's superb. We have Louise Reibinder, Director, Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Great to see you. And we have Ingmar Renshog, who's magically returned back on the stage through the power of We Don't Have Time TV. So welcome to you all. It's also my pleasure now to introduce our first guest in this part of the methane showcase section, who will be joining us by the magic of Zoom. Can we connect to our next guest? Oh, I can see him. He's over on this side. Okay, Tim, you wouldn't be. It's Tim Brown. He's the CEO and co-founder of Tradewater. And it's absolutely a delight to see you, Tim. Can you please tell us and the millions of people around the world watching the show about your solution?
Certainly. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I just want to make sure that you can hear me well enough. Is the sound okay?
We can hear you. Can we turn Tim up a little bit? We need some more volume.
It's a little
yes,
choppy
Tim.
on my
Tim,
side, but
Tim,
if you
Tim.
can hear me all right, that's fine.
Yeah, Tim, we can hear you very well now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Great. Well, thanks so much for having me. I wish I were there in person, but greetings to you all from Chicago, Illinois. I am Tim Brown. I am the co-founder and CEO of Tradewater, and we're a mission-based company. We're a certified B Corporation, And we're focused on collecting, controlling, and destroying non-CO2 gases. And these are super pollutants. These are gases that are incredibly potent compared to CO2. For instance, we collect and destroy refrigerant gases, which are over 10,000 times as potent as CO2. And we do this work all over the world. Additionally, we focus on methane. We are working to find leaking orphaned oil and gas wells. These are uncontrolled oil and gas wells that where there is no solvent operator. And these methane gases are presently leaking into the atmosphere, but the wells also have enormous volumes of methane gas associated with them. So we look to find those wells and permanently plug them, therefore stopping the ongoing leaks, but also preventing the potential to emit of significant volumes of it. So we do this work within the climate finance world. We create carbon offset credits that we sell both to compliance, into compliance markets, but increasingly into voluntary markets. And these buyers of these climate solutions have made significant climate commitments and are looking for high quality and strategic projects in order to help meet climate goals. So the reason why we selected these gases is because as a small company, this is something that we can do. It's our mission to do this at the highest scale possible and as fast as possible. So by focusing on these potent non-CO2 gases, we feel that this is the best contribution that we can make in the fight against climate change. Additionally, these project types are remarkably efficient and do buy more time in order for longer term solutions regarding CO2 gases to take hold. It's interesting to do this work and sort of see the dialogue emerge around the importance of non-CO2 super pollutant gases. Project Drawdown, which is a terrific colleague of ours, refers to this as emergency brake solutions. And the UNFCCC discusses the importance of non-CO2 gases as a pathway to get to no more than 1.5 degrees of warming. And in fact, there is no pathway to preventing more than 1.5 degrees of warming without addressing non-CO2 gases such as F gases, which are the refrigerants that we collect, as well as the methane, which we are preventing from leaking into the atmosphere. So when we look at the curve of emissions, that there is a real opportunity to bend that curve sooner rather than later with a scaled effort around preventing the release of non-CO2 gases. It's also important to note that once these gases are emitted into the atmosphere, there is no way to withdraw them. So nature-based solutions or direct air capture, for instance, will not work for these gases. The only way to mitigate the impact, the climate impact of these gases, is to not emit them in the first place. And that means finding these gases, controlling them, destroying them where possible, permanently preventing leaks from occurring, these sorts of things. It's also interesting to note the cost effectiveness of this approach. We did some work on this recently with Climate Interactive, which is a really good organization that focuses on climate modeling. And we looked at what it would take to avoid 0.1 degrees of warming around different categories, one of them being waste and leakage from non-CO2 gases like those that we address. We also looked at renewable energy credits as well as direct air capture. And the numbers are for point warming, need 4 trillion tons of direct air capture. You would need about 4 trillion tons of renewable energy credits, and you would need 2 billion tons of waste leakage prevented from non-CO2 gases. And so the cost of comparison of this is pretty staggering. It would cost $2.5 trillion to achieve that outcome with direct air capture, about about 132 billion from renewable energy and 52 billion from waste leakage from non-CO2 gases. So when we look at these numbers, it really points to two important things. One is that addressing non-CO2 gases now at scale actually does bend the curve. And secondly, it's cost effective. It's a whole lot cheaper to do it. So if you are deploying funds for climate action, really focusing in on these project types and figuring out strategic ways to get it to scale globally really matters. There isn't a shortage of non-CO2 gases to go after. Really, what we're talking about here is organizing the demand for the climate benefit that comes from this work in order to get it at scale. And I think that is the important work. There is the ability to collect, control, and destroy these gases. Climate finance provides a pathway to get it done. So our job here really is to organize the demand for that activity. Just a final note on cost comparison. We did look at the spend on renewable energy credits as projected by S&P over the next 10 years or so. The REC spend is estimated at about $37 billion at price carbon starts at $20 a ton. That would be the equivalent of about 2 billion tons of CO2 that can be mitigated. So if we were to take the kind of spend that is already being allocated and planned for and direct it to solutions such as the mitigation of non-CO2 gases, we actually can get to the outcome that we are all seeking. So I think that there's good news here, which is that these solutions are viable and cost effective. Right. So our job here really is to focus on implementing these solutions globally and organizing the demand such that climate finance can flow to get it done. So anyway, that is what we do here at Tradewater, and I'm happy to turn it to the panel to explore these solutions.
Right. Tim, super, thank you very much indeed. Small technical problems here with the sound. We also got a cactus down as well, so we'll have to rescue that. Can you still hear us, Tim?
I can. Did you hear me?
Yeah, super. All right,
okay,
let's go to the panelists here. I think you've heard what Tim said. He's basically using the carbon markets to a certain extent to finance the destruction of non-CO2 gases, refrigerants, which are very powerful global warmers, and also methane from abandoned oil and gas wells. God knows why they're abandoned and not cleaned up by the oil companies that originally made the profits out of them, but that's another matter. How would we scale Tim's solution? Maybe how could we get more and more action on the destruction of methane from these kinds of sources? Any thoughts?
Should I start?
Yes, stop here.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think this is a great example of how we need to go beyond CO2. But just saying non-CO2 makes it a little bit blurry. Maybe we should say greenhouse gases beyond CO2 to actually put the focus on what we're trying to do here, and that this is a much larger scale than CO2. So I think that's really good. I think this is a good initiative. I also I looked on the website, Tim, and the way that they are working with partnerships globally, even though they are still a very, if I might say, in terms of number of employees, small company, they have figured out the way how to scale. They are here today and working with partners basically globally. So just thinking of a balance between global and being focused in order to actually maximize what they are good at.
I suppose that the begging question here in some ways is one that only Tim can answer, which is why can't this just be normal activity across the world to rid us from oil and gas industry mines that have been left behind, or from coal mines leaking methane, the CFCs that need to be destroyed? Why isn't this just normal business that's happening at large scale across the world? Tim, briefly.
Yeah, sure. There is no mandate to do this work. There is no mandate to collect, control, and destroy these gases. In the case of refrigerants, Montreal Protocol has done a really good job of banning production of refrigerant gases, ozone-depleting substances. However, it is silent on the banks and stockpiles and use of gas in appliances around the world. So whereas you can't make this stuff anymore, you can still use it. And there is no regulatory mechanism to compel very small quantities to be collected and destroyed. On the case of the leaking methane, there should be efforts to compel responsible companies, the companies that have worked on these projects, to address those emissions. However, when companies go bankrupt, when operators go bankrupt, and there is no solvent partner, there is no entity to enforce. So that ends up in the responsibility of government. And if government is well funded to get the job done, that's great. But in many cases, it is not, given the sheer magnitude of these small sources.
Thanks, Tim.
So therefore, we leverage climate finance to fill in the gaps. But I think your point is well taken. In an ideal world, yes, we would not be having these emissions. But the fact is that we do have them. And how long it's going to take to get regulatory schemes in place to address them, I don't know. But meanwhile, we can act now, and we've got the abilities to do it. I think the point about growing this globally is spot on. So I think that's what we ought to be doing, is collaborating on how to bring these solutions to the global stage.
Yeah. We're going to grab a few more minutes on this this session. I'm sorry, because it's been more complex. Anybody else got some thoughts here?
We were talking a little bit earlier about the difficulty for the public to understand the topic of working with climate when we're talking about CO2 versus other types of gases. So I'm wondering, that may not, because we have this great opportunity with the Buy More Time and lifting the possibilities we have with methane and other types of gases. I'm wondering if that will then support these types of initiatives when we're talking about things that is not really known to the public, and when it's known better to the public, when they also understand it, that it will further push the solutions that are taking care of those types of emissions. I'm wondering if that kind of a support is something that you would need, both to push public opinion, but also that may, in the end, push policy and regulatory support for those kinds of solutions.
Johanna, it seems to me that pricing pollution better, pricing the pollution that methane causes better, government regulation with a price on carbon could be one pathway. Well, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. We often talk about companies being in like the perfect storm and like market dynamics driving and pushing us solutions forward, while regulatory approvals and regulations like driving solutions forward as well. I think that's also like very important for the company's ability to scale and having like the market drivers behind in its backpack for its ability. And it would be interesting to hear more about you, Tom, later on, if you agree with that and what the regulators are thinking about the solutions.
Ingmar, let me come to you. I mean, I think I mentioned I was talking to a British company, Tim and Ingmar, a British company who get rid of methane from coal mines, and because Australia's put a price of $35 a ton on the coal methane, now companies like this one in Britain are coming into Australia to abate the coal mine methane in Australia. So the governments have a big role here, right? Handheld microphone if it's not working.
If they have, absolutely. In the end, I mean, we both talked about the freons and the fridges. We fixed it back then. But it was not only the governments, it was also the industry that rallied behind this. So we need the stakeholders to get together and fix this problem. And yes, we need to put a price on pollution, but I think we're a little bit beyond that. In this case, we need to put a price on solving the problem. We need to pay those that are solving the problem, and even if it's the cows that are causing the problem or the fossil fuel industry, we need to find the money to solve it. And if it doesn't come from the industry itself, it needs to come from the society, because it's our own future. We are saving us. We can't we need to fund the money. So we need, yes, put a price on it, but we also need to pay the price to fix it.
But just to everybody, it's quite hard, isn't it, for governments to sell to their public that they should taxpayers should pay to plug the leaks of oil and gas companies that have been making record profits in the last few years. That's quite a difficult political sell, I would have thought. Ingmar, panelists?
But I think it's something that you mentioned, Ingmar, in an earlier pitch about working with methane, that you don't have to change the whole structure. You don't have to even remove fossil fuels in order to work with methane, because it's something that you apply to an already set structure. So it's not as big of a change to society. So I'm expecting that this would be easier to accept as a public. And we also know that public opinion, when we're actually asking the public, that there are very, very many that would like to see that we're doing more for climate. But that doesn't really match when it comes to, okay, who has to pay for it?
Yeah. So I think we're going to have to wrap up here because we were well over time. But if anybody's going to, last one point for Tim. Anybody else? Or just Tim, you're doing fantastic, doing God's work, right? So
do it faster.
Yeah,
good job.
Keep up the good work, Tim.
Yeah.
Tim, I think what you saw there was not really much help for your scaling, but what you saw was an enthusiasm among the panelists that this issue of methane, or the non-CO2 pollutants, is gaining a lot of excitement and a lot of ground at this very moment. Yeah. And your work is fantastic. I think you're going to see at the next climate conference a lot of focus from governments as well on this problem. And I hope it leads to more companies like you being given the chance to destroy these damn things. I think we have to leave it there, Tim, because we've run well out of time. But thank you so much for being with us, and thanks for your work.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
This camera over here, yeah, one of those two cameras. Just look straight ahead, it's quite dark. So we're back again with another showcase episode here from the Techarena here in Stockholm. Techarena ZERO is our partner, and we're going to introduce our next guest with a panel that we'll see in a moment. It's actually the same face as last time. That's fantastic, consistency. Our next guest is Victoria Olsen. She's the Senior Sustainability Manager at Arla Foods, which is the 5th largest dairy company in the world. So welcome, Victoria.
Thank you.
Okay. And you've got 7 minutes maximum to showcase your solutions to the panel.
All right. So thank you for inviting me to talk about one of the world's most fascinating bioenergy solutions that can provide us not only with food, but also with fertilizer, energy, and contribute to biodiversity. the cows.
You're muted.
There we go. Using solar energy
There you go.
stored
Hey,
in green
thanks for the attention, Deb.
grasslands that also binds carbon in the soil. The cow actually has a very advanced four-compartment stomach system where they can digest these really tough fibers in the grass and upgrade it to food that we can actually eat as humans with our single stomach systems. And I also have to mention that cows have a very good impact on biodiversity. And as you know, good biodiversity is the best defense against climate change. So when the cows are grazing, they are stimulating the soil beneath the grass with their hooves and with their tongues. And they are also best in class when it comes to keeping the very important natural grasslands open to let the sun in, which is super important for many species of insects and flowers. In this biological process that calls rumination, the carbon dioxide in the feed is turned into methane, and then it's released to the air when the cows are farting and burping. And as you know, we saw it before, the methane is of course a very potent greenhouse gas. Although it only stays in the atmosphere for about 7 to 12 years until it's converted back to carbon dioxide again. So, over time, methane from biogenic sources does not contribute to an increasing greenhouse effect as long as the emission levels are not increasing. However, the bad news is that the global methane levels are increasing. But the good news is that if we can manage to bend that curve and have a reduction in methane, then we will see a mitigating effect on global warming. So, as a dairy cooperative, we sit on parts of the solutions to global warming. And at the same time, we sit on a very important key to another sustainability goal, and that is to feed the growing world population with nutritious and healthy food. How much emission a cow emits varies a lot. We have the world average of about 2.5 kilo CO2 equivalents per kilo of milk, and Arla has an average of just above 1. They are not fully comparable because they are calculated a little bit differently, but it's the best comparison that we have. And we also know that some farms are below 1 already. So we have gathered farm-level data for several years into the world's largest database of dairy farm emissions. We have identified the most important levers to work with to reach our targets. We also believe that financial incentives are very important in this journey and in the green transition. So last year, Arla introduced an incentive model that we call Farm Ahead Incentive, which consists of 80 points rewarding farmers for sustainability action on farm. And most of these 80 points are related to climate and methane. We also, of course, believe, as I said before, that this has to go hand in hand with biodiversity and animal welfare. So to reduce methane emissions on farms, they need to focus on the most important levers, and I can give you a few examples. They need to focus on feed efficiency, protein efficiency, and manure handling. It's very important to have an efficient feeding strategy on farm. And that has taken us about 1/3 towards our science-based target to reduce farm emissions by 30% until 2030. We are, of course, also exploring new technologies, innovations, and looking at, for example, feed additives. We have been working together with the company DSM on the feed additive Bovaer that reduces the methane production in the cow's stomachs. It can reduce the production by 30%. We also see a big interest with the customers in this, both in retail and food service, because as of now, the customers are also dependent on us reaching our climate targets for them to reach their Scope 3 targets from purchased goods, because we are part of that. We would, however, like to raise the risk of seeing this as a big bet or a quick fix, because it's very costly. It has no long-term effects. The cows need to eat this supplement several times a day, so it's not very suitable for outdoor grazing, nor it's not possible to use it in organic farming, which of course makes it difficult for those farms. So looking at cost efficiency, we believe that there will be better solutions in the future. One could be breeding of cows. They are more feed efficient and therefore emit less methane, for example. Well, to sum this up, we think that cows are excellent bioprocessors that are creating one of the most nutritious, dense food. And together with whole grain and lots of vegetables, we think that dairy is definitely part of a sustainable diet, both now and in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Victoria. So panel, I suppose the question is, how do we scale up a response to an issue that is being, to an extent, handled, yeah, in terms of the methane production of the dairy industry? You kind of slightly touched on it a little bit. We need maybe some more breeding research for cows that burp less, perhaps, as long as we don't do other things to the cows when we do that. And there could also be some breakthroughs in the future, maybe for feeds. That could be another area. Of course, we also have a Danish model that we all know about, where they've got an emission trading scheme for cows, which has caused a certain amount of debate, if I can put it politely. Panel, come with your thoughts. Louise.
Yeah, just a bit of a question there. So, what are the possibilities of taking the, I don't know how much the cost is actually for this additive to the feed, but taking it to the customers, the consumers, either the consumers or the shops where it is being bought. Has that been, probably it has, but have you thought about it, how far you can go? Because, I don't know, I'm thinking about when it comes to fair trade, there are some that will go for that brand and they will pay a little bit more, and there are also shops that will also go to some of the certain brands and just go for that all in and skip the other ones that are not kind of branded as same type of sustainable products.
Yeah. So we are discussing like feed additives definitely with our customers, but also in the bigger context of the entire green transition, because obviously it's not the only solution is not Bovaer. Like as I said, we have introduced this incentive model, which then pays farmers who do more. They get also more paid. You've probably seen it maybe in the ads lately in Sweden anyway. So yeah, it is a question like who should pay. That is always the question when it comes to the green transition. Is it politicians by subsidies, or is it the consumer, or should the customer take one part? Should we, like who should pay? It's still like up in the air and we don't have an answer yet.
And the scalability, it's there, it's possible to scale. You said there were some of difficulties with, or the science has not worked all the way yet, costly, but also doesn't work with the ecological farming and so on.
Yeah.
So there are some hinders to scale it too. But you see still that it's scalable to some extent.
Yeah, it's definitely scalable. We have to look into different feeding systems because it also has to be mixed into the feed, and they have different solutions for that. But we could definitely scale it a lot more if we had the finances to do so. Yeah.
Yeah. And just adding to that, I must say firstly that I love the initiative that you have within Arla, coming from like the farmer's perspective. It's great to have this, what I talked about before, like push and pull between like big corporations such as you and like the market. Should the market be take all the responsibility for paying extra for change, or should like the big corporation also lead the way together with like regulators? I think this is a great way where you show like that we could agree on taking this responsibility together. And also, I think this is a very interesting area because it could have such a big impact on like the total global gas emissions, right? If we could change this how cows burps. But it's also interesting because I've talked to some solutions regarding cow burping, and as I understood it, it's also quite complex because like if we reduce the cow burping too much, then the cow it interferes with their digestion systems. You need to find like the perfect level as well, like 30%, as you said. Then the cow is feeling great, and it can still work with this additives, right?
Yes, it's very important, and Bovaer is now like the only feed additive that is approved by EFSA for dairy cows. So of course, animal welfare is always most important, and environment, climate next.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I think Arla is a great example in terms of educating your value chain, like being a handbook for, if you call it suppliers, the farmers, all the way to the consumers. I think that could actually be applied in other industries as well. So hats off for that. 2 questions on the incentive system, and I guess, I mean, you have to basically train either every farmer in order to change practices and so on. First question, do you actually have farmers that are not allowed to supply to you because they are not compliant with your standard? And secondly, this target that you have, like CO2 per liter, is that harder to achieve for small farmers versus large farmers? Are you actually promoting larger farmers versus smaller farmers?
Yeah, so start with your first question. We do have a quality program, Arlagården, and that is mandatory for all farmer owners, because of course it's very special to have our owners also being our suppliers. But it's also benefit, because when we get these big decisions through, like an incentive model, we have the farmers like with us. So yes, they have to fulfill Arlagården, but it's voluntary if they want to join for the incentive model. And if they want to do that, which most of the farms do, they have to perform the climate check as a basis. So they perform climate checks every year. They answer like 200 plus questions times 8,000 farms in 7 countries. So therefore we have this big database, but that's voluntary.
Good. Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap it up here. We could have asked a lot more questions about whether this is applicable to farmers in Africa and other parts of the world that also have cows that burp, but we can't because we run out of time. But this story will carry on. Ingmar, you want to say something, okay? You still, some seconds, yes.
It was very good that you brought up some challenges. And one of them were this organic. We can't give the additive to organic farming. I'm very mad at what is this? Who is deciding organic? Is it a museum? I mean, come on. I could take another example that really fire me up, and that is organic eggs. It happens to be that organic eggs, you need to give them fish from the Baltic Sea that is poisonous. So organic eggs are poisonous. I've stopped buying organic eggs. And if the organization here, Krav, they are not allowed to switch this poisonous fish they give to the chicken, because in that case the farmer will lose the money from European Union because it's not organic anymore. What is this? It's stupid. So that is something, I mean, you can't fix it, but you have a voice. We need to change how organic rules are. The second one, I think it's great you're doing all those focus, but we're now running out of time. I'm running out of time here because I'm stealing it. But we can't hide with this that it doesn't. It's okay if methane is not increasing because it's only 12 years. The problem is we don't have 12 years. we need to buy more time, and the only way to buy more time is to really reduce this much more, and that's to the money. All I can't fund this. I can add another example. Here in Stockholm is Stockholm Exergi. They are producing heat. Their business is to sell heat to homes and industries. They are now capturing carbon, and they are making a business of capturing carbon by selling carbon credits to Microsoft. I think it was for 1 billion SEK or $1 billion or something like that. It's a huge business. So they have found a business opportunity. I think all can find a business opportunity to reduce methane, and it's not the farmer that's going to pay it or your consumer. Maybe Microsoft needs to have a call from you.
Okay. Some nice ideas there at the end. Yeah, we could talk for a long time about this, but I really think we have to wrap it up. Thanks very much, everybody. And we need to say bye-bye to Victoria. No, yes, you're Victoria. Thank you. And bring on our next guest. So let's have a bumper.
95% of the food we eat comes from the soil, and nitrogen plays a key role. Nitrogen is the building block for proteins and essential to plant growth. Nitrogen fertilizers keep half of the world population alive. However, current practices are not sustainable. Chemical fertilizers are produced in mega plants with fossil inputs. Organic fertilizers, or livestock manure, are emitting large amounts of methane and ammonia. Together, they are responsible for 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And only 40% of the nitrogen that is applied to the soils is taken up by the plants. The rest is being lost as pollution, at an enormous cost to society. By 2050, the current demand for proteins will double, and emissions from agriculture will increase another 85% without innovations. We need a very good plan for how we will feed the world for the next 100 years. N2 Applied has developed a novel plasma technology that can produce low-emission fertilizers with electricity and air. With this technology, we can electrify mineral fertilizer production and enrich organic waste streams to recover nutrients, reduce pollution, and improve soil health. We can produce nitrogen-enriched organic fertilizer, or NEO, from livestock manure. The process completely eliminates methane emissions from the manure, and it makes sure all the valuable nitrogen is not lost as pollution. Fully deployed, we can eliminate 6 to 8% of global methane emissions from livestock farming. The farmer can recycle nutrients on the farm and reduce the dependency on fossil-based fertilizers. Our technology is highly scalable and perfect for distributed production. It works on intermittent energy and is fully compatible with the future renewable energy system. We believe it is the very foundation for protein production for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Right, that's lovely. Okay, so that was actually a recorded one from Carl Hansen, the CEO of N2 Applied. And this is a technology company using plasma technology to solve some of the most pressing environmental challenges in the food industry. You also know a little bit about this, Ingmar. Just give us a little heads up on what Carl was saying.
So what I understand N2 are doing is to instead of, the agriculture, we are heavily dependent on carbon dioxide to produce fertilizer. Yeah. And N2 has a solution for that. And I'm not really in the field, so maybe you can explain a little bit.
I mean, fertilizer normally comes from methane from the oil and gas industry, does it not? Through the Haber-Bosch process, which you were talking about before, which I think we all remember from being at school. And that's why I never remembered what it was. So this is about reducing the use of methane to make fertilizer, I would presume, which would be a good thing, I think, probably.
Definitely, I could add on. It's a big issue to within like the farmers industry to have this done in an effective way and making fertilizer like both effectively from the environmental perspective, but also like from an energy perspective. In our portfolio, we actually have a company called NitroCapt that is making fertilizers in a carbon neutral way. So it's also sort of a similar solution to N2 applied, using a slightly different technique. But it's also very, for the farmer to be able to change method and change the way he or she is working. The cost aspect is very important, right? And also then like the energy for the production of, in this case, fertilizers is also very, very important. So,
I mean, there is another way, is there not, which is farming that respects the soil, regenerative farming. I think a lot of farmers have found that when they go that way, that they actually need less fertilizer or considerably less fertilizer and less pesticides as well. And then, but it takes a while for the farmers to be able to, I suppose, trust switching from, say, intensive agriculture to regenerative. They need support during that period, a little bit like with organic agriculture. Is that correct? Yeah. Take the handheld if it's not working.
No, I would say, I mean, the whole session here is about buying us time because we urgently need that. And regenerative agriculture, I mean, that's something that we need to go for, but it, as you said, take time, and I guess not all farmers can actually even switch to that. So whatever solution we have, and this might be one, and I mean, there's both problem in actually putting the fertilizer and how much, but also the leakage out to the Baltic Sea, for example, have caused a size of Denmark is actually dead sea bottom. So this is an urgent need, or whatever we can do, both in terms of at the course and also like further down the value chain.
Yeah. I mean, we have a real challenge here, don't we? Because, quite frankly, a lot of farmers feel that they're being very pushed right now for lots of rules and regulations. There's also a big agrochemical industry out there spending a lot of money on lobbying to say, look at the farmers, they're suffering, this is not good enough. So you've got like, it's sometimes hard for us to work out, are the farmers really with their backs against the wall, or is it heavy lobbying from the agrochemical industry to maintain a certain business model, right? But clearly something needs to give and change. Regenerative agriculture seems a way forward if the farmers get the support to actually switch and then feel comfortable with that form of farming. We're clearly not going to answer all these questions right now, but there clearly are attempts now to produce CO2 neutral, whatever, fertilizers, and that's maybe an interesting step, of course.
As I understand it, the biggest problem with this solution and the solution you are investing in as well, it's more expensive. So it's cheaper with fossil fuel fertilizing when the alternative.
Which is subsidized.
Exactly. So take away the subsidize and subsidize this instead. Just move the subsidize. And the agriculture industry, there's no other industry out there that are receiving so much subsidize. So I don't understand why we're not subsidizing the right thing. The farmer wants to do this, but they can't afford it. And it's also a solution we need, because it's an unsafe world out there. And we can't be buying fertilizing from Russia if we are at war with Russia. That is a stupid thing to do.
Look, thank you very much indeed for our two guests being with us on these panels. And of course, Ingmar, you being here as well. These are all massive topics. They require a lot more discussion and also a perspective that also goes beyond, of course, Sweden and what is happening in the world as well, and how can we bring solutions that happen here to other countries. But we don't have time for that, because we have to now move on to another methane story, which is satellites and how they are changing the way we see these emissions. Accountability coming from space. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
So I'm very shortly going to introduce our final guest of this session. His name is Daniel Zavala Areza. He's the senior scientist at Environmental Defense Fund, one of the world's top environmental NGOs. And they are delivering some very bold solutions right now to help the world cut climate pollution. Indeed, earlier this year, the Environmental Defense Fund, with many other partners, sent a unique satellite into orbit. It's called MethaneSat. This satellite could drastically help us scale a very urgent climate solution to actually solve the problem of methane emissions and help us stick to our commitments as a global community to halve emissions by 2030. Let's watch this short video first before we go to Daniel.
You can't solve the climate crisis without reducing methane emissions.
We really didn't understand how much of the natural gas that was being drilled and delivered was being lost to the atmosphere. We are going to be focused on one thing, getting high-quality data that could create much greater clarity about the nature of methane emissions.
For the first time, policymakers and the public could really understand not only the magnitude of emissions, but also where these emissions are coming from, the countries and companies most responsible, and hold them accountable.
Methane emissions. Methane emissions. Methane emissions.
Methane emissions.
Methane emissions.
Mitigating methane emissions allows us to bring rapid progress towards addressing the climate crisis while we deal with the long-term climate crisis that we face.
We're going to do something that nobody has ever been able to do before.
There's no better vantage point to view methane emissions than from space. And this is the critical, crucial moment in climate change and fighting it, that we need this data, we need this transparency.
Measuring methane to this precision, you have to design and develop a new technology that does that.
Observations of the sophistication that will be made by MethaneSat were previously only available if governments chose to pursue them. This is a fantastically capable instrument, and that has just been outside of what's possible.
3, 2. We've never had this quality data for any greenhouse gas. Full stop. This is a revolution.
We will make a significant difference in climate change immediately.
We can change the course of global warming in our lifetime.
We know exactly what we need to do to solve the climate crisis.
Great. That was super to see the film. Daniel, are you with us on the magic of Zoom?
Yes, I am.
He is. Can we see him? I can't see him at all. He's coming, he's coming. All right, that's fantastic. Maybe he's circling the Earth right now, out in space. There you are, Daniel. Fantastic to see you. Daniel, we just saw the movie, the video. I don't know if you saw it. So that was a good introduction. I'm sorry, I may have pronounced your name terribly badly, but just tell us your name again to us.
Yes, my name is Daniel Zavala.
Okay, Daniel, that's super. I'm just going to ask the tech team to turn up the volume of your Zoom so we can actually hear you, which would be really super. Try again, Daniel.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You're coming through loud and clear. Super. So, look, Daniel, this is probably really a very exciting development, is it not, in terms of technology coming to the aid of climate change. Can you tell us a little bit on why you think that this satellite is a game changer? What's so special about it?
Yes, absolutely, Nick. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about methane in general and why methane matters today. So it is the fastest way we have to slow warming today, warming that's already felt around the world. By all means, we need to move as fast as possible into decarbonization. So we shouldn't look at methane as an alternative to CO2. We need both. But within the role of methane today, it's critical that we need to act fast. And what we've seen over more than a decade of the Environmental Defense Fund working on methane is that across the different sectors that contribute, especially in the energy sector, once you know where the emissions are taking place, the solutions are relatively simple and they're not expensive at all. So the key is literally to make the invisible emissions visible. And so what we've been doing for the past 10 years or so, a little bit more than 10 years, is work with a very wide scientific community around the world, figuring out what are the ways that we need to monitor and detect methane emissions, mainly from the oil and gas sector, but also other sectors. So through this decade, what we've been working on is handheld devices, sensors in drones, certain sensors in aircrafts, and then we realized that, I mean, in reality, as the video was showing, what we wanted is a technology that would be collecting data on near real time, that would allow us to map all these different regions around the world where oil and gas is producing, and to deliver data that most importantly would be actionable. So the type of data that would allow industry to find their emissions and reduce them, governments to track changes in emissions and track if progress is being made. So that's how we arrived to work with leading institutions in the field to develop a satellite that it's fit for purpose, that brings us to this new paradigm of climate transparency. And again, the importance is that this is not a quest for perfect data. This is a quest for actionable data that would allow us to see mitigation in the next few years, which is what we need.
So Daniel, let me just come back on this then. How has this been received by the oil and gas industry? Because indeed, my understanding is that now with this satellite, we can see perhaps that there is more methane coming out of sectors of the global economy, including the oil and gas industry. How have they received it? Because they have loads of initiatives to cut emissions, but yet somehow they seem to be still behind the curve.
Right. So I'll take quickly a step back from your question. So I think something important to say is, over this decade of looking at the problem, what we've been doing is directly measuring emissions from the sources. So we realize that, and this is a common issue, no matter where we look in the world, both industry reporting from the oil and gas industry and government, so the national inventory, tend to underestimate emissions. What it means is that when we went to any given oil and gas production region and we use these sensors to measure the emissions, the most often finding was that emissions are significantly larger or higher than previously thought. So as you're saying, we often find that the problem is more significant than expected. So again, we realize that unless you directly measure emissions, your understanding of what the problem is probably going to be wrong. So you're not going to have the right magnitude, but you're likely to not also have, okay, where the emissions are coming from. So this links to the core of what MethaneSat as a project is. So a sensor with unprecedented precision, again, so the fit for purpose sensor in a satellite so that we can be constantly monitoring and mapping the Earth. But then the other thing is, it's not just the hardware, it's also a set of algorithms that allows us to translate the data to what the world needs to see, which at the end of the day, that's emission rates. That's how many tons per hour are being emitted by a particular group of facilities. And the last thing to say here is that this is all free and public access. Right. So it's bringing an unprecedented level to transparency that then serves, yes, industry to find the emissions and use MethaneSat as part of their monitoring system, but also the financial sector and the regulators and civil society that have never had access in this way to the emission footprint from this industry.
Good. Daniel, I'm going to bring in Ingmar Rentzhog, who is the CEO and the founder of We Don't Have Time. He's absolutely fascinated by this subject. Ingmar, over to you.
Yes, it's really nice to have you with us. And when I heard about the Methane-sat, I just didn't know about it quite recently when we did research for Methane. I was amazed because what you have created is amazing. It will be a game changer, and I see that what can be achieved on methane can be achieved on carbon dioxide and every other pollutant from space with the help of AI and open data and everything. So I really see that you're pioneering something that really can buy us all more time and really be very helpful. But I'm very curious about one thing, and that is, what is the cost of putting this methane satellite up there one time, and what is the cost of running it, and who is providing the funding? It's amazing that you're giving this data for free, but someone needs to pay, and who is that, and how are you structured? I'm curious.
Hi, Daniel. Daniel, can you hear us? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, who's supporting it? Who's supporting it, Daniel? Ingmar's question was, who's backing this? Who's putting the cash behind it? Yeah.
Yes. So Methane-sat, as a subsidiary of the Environmental Defense Fund, as with everything we do in the non-for-profit, is a philanthropic project. So there's a number of philanthropic backers behind the project. In addition to the funding, it's important to also mention other key partners, for example, the New Zealand Space Government, which is interested in the satellite as a way to understand monitoring for agriculture, which was a topic that was discussed in the previous panel.
Right, absolutely. So many partners and philanthropy.
And what's the budget for it? Is it like $1 billion, 100 million, or what are we talking about? What sum are we talking about?
I have to repeat the question, sorry. Ingmar was just wondering, actually to operate this satellite and get it up, is it billions of dollars, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, 10 quid, you know, I mean...
I didn't say exactly like that,
okay,
Nick,
but I mean, satellites are getting cheaper as well, aren't they, Daniel? So, yeah, is there a ballpark figure, what it costs to get this thing up and running?
Yeah, I mean, it's millions of dollars. I think you're right that satellites are getting cheaper. And I think the key here was to develop a project and satellite that was built as, again, fit for purpose. I think what we see usually in the programs and projects from space agencies is often there are satellites that are more like Swiss Army knives. So satellites that are designed to measure many different types of parameters, which makes sense in terms of where the products are coming from. For in this particular case, what we wanted to do is design a satellite, an instrument, a project that would deliver the data we need to act today on the problem that needs a solution in this decade.
So Daniel, I'm sorry, we've run out of time. You know, I don't know if you can hear me. I think my microphone maybe isn't working right now, but it is, yes. Okay, good. We don't have time, as you know, so we have to go. Thank you so much for being on the show. We are really looking forward to the UN Climate Conference in Baku, where we know that Methane-sat is going to play a really big role, and the work that you're doing and the rest of the team, you know, hearty congratulations for this game changer that you're behind. Thank you.
Thank you.
So earlier today we had a discussion with the companies BOA and SIRE on the need to increase circularity in business models worldwide. And while reusing materials will take us a long way, it's maybe not enough. Maybe there's more we need to do to actually create a truly circular economy. We also must build products and goods that last. and that can be easily repaired to last even longer. I, for example, repair my socks when I'm watching football matches these days. That's a small contribution. Many companies are already using this approach already today, and it's our pleasure to welcome two representatives from two such companies up on stage. Please welcome first Rutger Sneep.
Rutger Sneep, yes.
Who's the CCO, that's the Chief Something Officer.
Commercial Officer.
There we go, Commercial Officer, Fairphone. And Eva Karlsson, the CEO of Houdini, here in wonderful Sweden. First, let's tell the audience about your companies. Maybe we'll start with Eva first.
Yeah, so Houdini Sportswear is a Swedish outdoor brand, or maybe an outdoor collective. We work with products that we need ourselves for our adventures, and nowadays we cater to needs of outdoor athletes and adventurers across the globe. And the thing that we've been working on since 2001, I suppose, is moving towards circular and regenerative. And when we look at impact, circularity is for sure one of the most important factors to move towards business within planetary boundaries. That means, in our case, circular solutions in design and production, materials solutions and selection, of course, but then also designing for longevity, both in terms of emotional durability and qualitative, long-lasting products. And then finding solutions for our customers to extend the product lifetime to the fullest. So one example, we have a product that with the end user service, we know that it is used in average 1,287 times, and that doesn't say much maybe, but if you know that the global average of a garment is 120 times, and the European Western world average is sometimes as low as 7, 1,287 times is quite an impressive improvement. And that is, of course, nothing that is unique. It could be across the board within the apparel industry, but it's not.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to those numbers. That's interesting. Rutger, Fairphone, what's its contribution in this story?
Well, we just spoke backstage about the fact that this is a totally different product, of course, because we make phones, but we also have quite a lot of similarities in our products, because we also go for longevity. And for us, longevity means that everybody can hold his phone for longer. And you know, in Europe, or in essence, in the global scale, you have a phone that you have for 2 years, and then you replace it. And we try to make it as long as possible, and therefore the average time of the people that use our phone is 4.5 to 5 years, and we're trying to extend that even further to 8 years. And that has to do with the fact that we provide software support, so it's an Android phone, but you also have to have new upgrades, new updates, so that it's still secure. So we provide updates for 8 years, and also warranty on all the products itself for 5 years. So you can hold for your phone for longer, and next to that you can also repair it. So when it's broken, you can easily just unscrew it, or take the back cover off and replace the battery, for instance. If after 2 years the battery goes down a bit, then you can replace with a new battery, and you can just order it on our web shop. It's, I think, 6-7 seconds of work, but you can also easily replace a USB port, for instance, or the microphone, and therefore you can just use it for a lot longer time.
I suppose, Eva, coming back to outdoor clothing, for example, I mean, those numbers you were saying before about how long, you know, one of your products can last versus how long normal clothing lasts. Often in the case of Europe, you find that it's not so much that the clothes were worn and dyed, as it were, as people just buy a t-shirt one day and then next day they don't like it. And so you must have really nice clothes that people want to keep wearing.
I think we say that we want to create products that people fall in love with, but also stay in love with. And I think it's an amazing gap in the market now, and absolutely in our sector, but potentially in every sector, that companies have lost the vision of creating the best, absolutely best product. And if you move back into that space, there's suddenly an edge for you as a brand, and the relational business model that you can create with your customers and users. I think so. There's a lot of opportunities with moving from those less amazing products to truly amazing products. You build relations and you scale business in a different way, for sure. It's not about volumes anymore. It's about qualitative products going out and then caring for those products, repairs, reuse, second-hand. I mean, there's a lot of business opportunities, for sure.
So in a sense, you have a different business model, both of you, to what we tend to think of as normal companies, which are about basically selling as much as they can with the shortest lifetime of the product, so the person has to come back. And obviously with mobile phones, I mean, we're talking consumer products here, so there's a public out there that's experienced, for example, phones, and they know that if they buy an iPhone, that there is a time comes when the technology itself kills off the old system, right? You can't use it anymore. And that's inbuilt business model from the company that makes iPhones, a well-known company. So, in a sense, how do you deal with that contradiction? Because you want to make money and stay in business so you can keep doing the good things you're doing, but yet at the same time you want to sell less. And that's such a strange concept in some people's heads, right?
That is for sure happening, what you're explaining. But on the other hand, we're also talking a lot about loyalty. And how do we create loyalty? It's not by putting shitty products on the market that is going to disappoint the customer. If you do the opposite, you build loyalty or cultivate loyalty much more organically. So I think that's also an opportunity. And for us, that's been the way we've been growing. Grassroots recommendations.
And maybe for us to add, we are a challenger in the market. We sell roughly about 120,000 phones a year. Our main competitors sell more than 200 million a year. So there's so much to gain for us, even if we're gaining to another audience, that we're still selling more. And if we sell more phones, we make more impact in essence. That's of course how it goes. And it's also a world of the supply chain and demand. If you are small, it's harder to make sure that you have a real big impact, not only on the phone itself, but also in the whole supply chain. So what we want to do also in our factories in China, for instance, making sure that we have a living wage for the people that work there, and therefore we also make an impact there. So it's not only in the phone itself and money-wise that we have more margin there, but we also want to make sure that in the whole supply chain, not only in the factory, but also in the mining from the goods, that everything is in order in that sense. Because in essence, avoidance of new products on the market is the best way to make sure that we are better for the world.
Do you find, so I'm slightly going off script here because this is an interesting conversation. Do you find that there are other companies out there that look at what you're doing and say, aha, maybe we could, mimic them, copy them? I mean, from a purely environmental point of view, it would be great if people copied what you're doing, right? I mean, it would be fantastic. Or do you remain... maybe niche is the wrong word, but do you remain unusual in what you do? Or is there a body of growth in this area of, you might say, circularity of consumer goods?
I think in essence, yes, because also legislation, for instance, European right to repair, the actual right to repair, of course, helps in that sense to make sure that we are, as an industry, changing ourselves. So I think our competitors, or we are challenging the industry, and the industry is catching up on us, hopefully, and then we can make sure that we progress again. So we have to reinvent ourselves also. So it's, yes, hopefully they catch up, and hopefully, yes, we can also add more to our phones and to our products to make sure that we are staying ahead of the competition on that sense. But in all honesty, the sooner the better that they catch up with us, because that makes it better for the world, and that's also why we're here, and why we want to challenge the industry.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think for us, it's been, the solution is to go open source. So if we have a sustainability innovation that we develop together with a partner, we make sure that it becomes open source so that everybody within the business sector that we're in or elsewhere can apply it as well. And that means that we have to feel really sure that we have an edge and that we have something that is makes us relevant, even though we share, because it doesn't make sense to not share sustainability solutions. I think that is my biggest wish for a mind shift within our sector, that you realize, or brands realize, that not sharing is absolutely not gaining at the end of the day. It's, if you look at nature, distribution of knowledge and wealth has always been the way to do it, and humanity had come nowhere if it wouldn't have been for collaboration. So I think that in business there's an opportunity there as well. Sharing is gaining, and then finding ways to stay relevant as a brand by staying in the forefront, innovating or building relations, whatever it is. There's a lot of things.
That's also the reason why we're super transparent in what we do. So we've got it all in our impact report. It's 130 pages. Everybody can read everything about it, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how people can join us in that movement.
It's funny, we could build a company group.
Yeah, absolutely.
Living wage as well. There's a lot of similarities.
Absolutely.
And it's funny, considering we're in entirely different sectors.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wrap it up there. There's a little clock there with a big red plus saying I'm a naughty boy for going over time. But thank you very much indeed for being here, and really we love what you do. We don't have time, love is what you do.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for a great day.
Okay, thank you. Nearing the end of our day here at the Techarena. I'd like to thank everyone who has joined us here at Techarena ZERO and online for following us today. But before we end, I would like to welcome back on stage Ingmar Rentzhog, the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time, and also Mats Risberg, who's the Strategic Relations Manager with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, which I've mentioned several times, is one of our favorite partners that we've been with for many years. But I don't know whether I do this now or whether I do this later, but maybe I'm going to do it now, because you brought on a special guest.
Yes, I did. I just grabbed him. He's very busy.
You grabbed him, okay.
So I can, you have no clue what I'm doing here.
No, I have no.
So let me do it.
Yeah.
I would love to say hello and introduce Alexander Engel, the head of Techarena ZERO. You were busy to chase down, but we succeeded. And you're running this whole conference where We Don't Have Time and Exponential Roadmap are one partner, but it's happening many other things as well. For the viewers out there, this is an incredible conference, and it's not like this usual conference because it's the right people here. So you have succeeded very much with that, and it's not only people on stage saying things to you know, in the air. It's also people talking to each other, doing the action. But I think you can explain more a little bit, like how did you start Techarena ZERO? It's part of the big Techarena, but it's focused on going to zero with emissions, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we at Techarena, this is one of the events that we do more out of our passion than actually like. Of course, we also know that Stockholm is very known, or Sweden is very known in the world to be a leader in like more sustainable solutions. But we don't really have an event that takes the stage and brings in international innovators and solutions to the stage. And that's what we want to do. And we do it a little bit different than many other sustainability events. What we are trying to do is not only get people to talk to the people that you usually meet at every sustainability event, because the strength of Techarena is to actually get the big companies here, the big decision makers, and inspire them to make them see that there is real business opportunities within the sustainable transition, and that is such an important step to actually scale all of these solutions that we have seen on this stage, seen at many other stages today. And that's, I think, where we have put this event together to bring these innovators together with the big companies to really see if we can scale this together, because that is definitely necessary.
It is, and you're doing it very well, because it's not just that you inspire and showcase all the business opportunities. I've talked to many here myself. And there's a lot of business opportunity that have happened because of this event. For we don't have time, but also for the other people here. So we just need to scale this exponentially.
Exactly.
And we're happy to help. And I don't know, do you have time to just participate in the final panel? Or?
Yeah, of course.
Great. So I will give you this climate lab, but I will do it at the end. So this is, I save this.
Okay, great. So let's press on. And so Matt, okay, you've been following, I think, some of the sessions today. And do you have some takeaways from what you've seen and heard? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the sessions today have really shown us that solutions exist to decarbonize the economy. And this is, of course, something that we've known for some years now. But there's a really powerful shift in going from knowing to showing. And some of the solutions we've seen here today, they really show us a glimpse into the future, where we have two identical pieces of steel with no visible difference, except one is made with 95% less emissions, and plastic alternatives made from forest residue, and data energy centers transferring energy waste into heat. Mm-hmm. I mean, these solutions solve human and societal needs in a future net zero world, and they exist today. This made me think about this quote by this American author, Gibson, about how the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. Mm-hmm. And that could really be said for climate solutions, where we have the solutions. Now, as you just alluded to, Ingmar, it's all about putting our foot on the gas and scaling as quickly as possible, where we need policy, finance, technology, and climate leadership to be pulling in the right direction, and where we need to have new types of thinking and new ways of collaborating, which is exactly what we wanted to do with this Exponential Solutions Stage today.
Yeah, I think sometimes with the public, you know, sometimes people say, oh, you have to pay more for this, or, you know, it's a bit more complex sometimes because there's a transition. It's not a finished, done thing. But I'm sure if you said to the average person, would you want to go back to a filthy, massive, polluted, dirty, destroyed planet? They go, oh, no, we don't want to do that. You know, so they would embrace sometimes some of the teething pains that come with a transformation, which is sometimes, you know, a little bit complex. But tell me, I mean, did you see something here today that made you sit up and go, when I get home tonight, I'm going to tell the wife and kids all about this? I mean, was I
have to be honest, I was more running around, trying to fight fires. But I was quite involved in booking the people that actually came here on panels and speaker. Yeah. And I think like talking to them ahead of time, I also was leading one panel. I think the message that is clear everywhere here is that there is a lot of good solutions out there. To scale them exponentially, as you say, we need a collaboration between the innovators and the businesses that actually can finance it, can adapt it, and can make it actually scale. And to do that, it cannot only be sustainable, because sadly, also it was said often here on stage that businesses are not really into it to save the planet, but there is now becoming, these solutions are coming out that are not only sustainable, but also make clear business sense. And that is driven by regulations, but also by consumer, change of consumer behavior, and also because there is just better ideas coming up, speaking about all the circularity, where we can save resources, makes things more efficient, product as a service, where we can monetize on lifetime, create much more loyalty of customers and so on. So I think that is a very clear theme throughout the whole event.
Ingmar, any take-home messages from you today?
I have one, but it's in the fridge.
Ah.
So let me grab it.
Bring it out, let's have a look.
So
would it be, it's not champagne, is it?
It's cold, and it's free. It's using a very safe fridge.
Okay.
Not destroying the ozone layer.
Yeah, but it's not one that you made earlier, right? This is actually a real bottle, right?
It's a real bottle.
Okay, stand back, guys. I hope you've got your raincoats handy.
I will try to, I mean, I think PowerPoint is boring.
Yeah, okay.
Much funner to use champagne bottles.
By the way, we have to recycle
and
that.
fridges.
Yeah, you have to recycle that.
Yeah,
we'll
of course.
sort that out, okay, fine.
They have staff for it. We do that later.
Yeah, we do it.
So I will illustrate what Techarena ZERO has achieved here and what we have been also doing. It's easy to feel depressed when you focus on climate. I mean, it's happening so many great things, but it's more like this event is the exception. The reality outside is that things are still like just carry on. I mean, if you watch the US election, that will have a huge impact on climate and many other things, but on climate because we don't have 4 years to wait. So it will be very bad if we have like Donald Trump in US government again. And you watch those debates and climate are hardly on, it's not even discussed. Come on, why? It's a failure from so many levels and it's not Donald Trump's fault. It is like the conversation is around something else. Of course, climate is not the only thing, but we need to focus on climate. And I do believe that when we're focusing on the solutions instead of the problem, it's much more exciting. But still, we're not moving that fast. We have this big problem. And why isn't it moving faster? Yes, of course, we can blame the world leaders and politicians, but they are not the fully reason why things are not moving faster. It's actually that what we have here is that we have a cork. This is not the politicians. The politicians are kind of up here. But there's someone trying to stop the green transition, try to delay it. I mean, we have seen this, the tobacco industry. It took 40 years to remove the cap on the tobacco industry. We don't have 40 years, so we need to speed it up. And events like Techarena ZERO, where you take the tech community and you make them into climate activists. Like Al Gore said on the Techarena event in February, that is exactly what we need to do. So we need to shake the bottle. Because what we have here in the bottle is we have all the solutions in the bottle. And it seems like something is not moving until we pop the cork.
Okay.
And when we pop the cork, the resistance is gone.
Yep.
And this is starting to happen. It's happening in the car industry in China. The cork popped last month when we passed 51% in electric sales. Because we're not going back to 49% electric sales. So as soon as we reach 50%, the fossil-free will be the normal. The politicians will do what we want. So we need to remove the cap and just drink the champagne. So I want to give Techarena ZERO 2 things. A big climate love for what you are doing here.
Thank you so much.
And some champagne as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingmar. That was very good. I know that this we've run over time today, and so I'm going to say a few last things, which is thank you to our global audience for actually watching this. Thank you to Techarena ZERO. Thanks to the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and all our other partners who've been there. We're going to be back, of course, like Arnold Schwarzenegger said, we will be back in Baku in Azerbaijan for the UN Climate Conference COP29, and we will have a studio in the diplomatic zone broadcasting every day and a daily methane show at 15:30 local Baku time. We want to nail this methane story. We need to really rev up the world right now. And please take part in that too. You have a role to play wherever you are on this wonderful blue planet. Thanks very much.